we didn't have Carnival here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Indeed.
And of course the year before, 2020.
A lot of green in this one, Johnny, this particular section on stage. A lot of neon green, I should say.
White, with a nice headpiece, like one of those ancient Egyptian
Yes, like a
headpiece.
century sort of headpiece.
I think you mean Roman,
A skirt like shape in the back with predominantly two-piece bathing suit.
So the rear end of the presentation from SVG Players International, Soufre on fire, and they're lining up back behind the truck now because they just crossed our stage, so they'll be enjoying themselves around Kingstown. We mentioned earlier that Oxygen was the very first one to get going. Oxygen actually passed about 12:15 or so, about well over 45 minutes before the others came in, half an hour to 40 minutes, and they enjoyed themselves and they've gone around, and soon we'll see them coming back. I believe they're taking their time and chipping around Kingstown, I should say.
And of course, I think they'll just be enjoying themselves as there's no judging, and there might not be any formation or choreography as you would see when there's judging, because when they're uptown judging, they would make sure form themselves in a format as such. But today, the masqueraders are just enjoying themselves as they display their mask. And 4 or 5 sections from Players International passing us our vantage point here, just outside the financial complex here in Kingstown.
And you're absolutely right. I think they're actually in the process of just enjoying themselves, because for some of them, I think they know that there's no judging really going on. So it's just like, you know what? I'm here. It's Carnival. Let me just relax and let me just ease myself and let me just enjoy the vibe.
Yes. So if you're just joining us, this is NBC Radio, the Sound of Nation. We're also on VC3. We're bringing to you live coverage of Mardi Gras in capital city Kingstown. And of course, if you're just joining us, we're coming to you live on NBC with the good wishes
of the National Lotteries Authority and the Carnival Development Corporation. Thanks to our sponsors for the refreshments. We have with us today Subway, the Coscab SVG Limited, St. Vincent Brewery Limited, and our friends at KFC providing our refreshments on television. Flo is making sure that you have crisp video on your television screens and on your computer, on your mobile devices. So big up to Flo as well for facilitating the visuals with our partners at VC3 Television. But Johnny, I think another band is coming down.
In the distance, that's coming down on Heritage Square, outside Lanes area. There's another truck coming down. Haven't seen any masqueraders behind the truck as yet, but let's hope.
I think they're there, Johnny.
Yes.
They're coming to view now.
As the truck moves forward, I see a few masqueraders coming down there. I'm not too sure what's the band, but let's hope that they'll be there. They'll be here in a short while.
Yes, and we'll get to see their banner in a bit because the banner is just behind the back of the truck. So you wouldn't see the banner until the truck moves down a bit. And I can tell you that they're certainly enjoying themselves. I'm seeing the headpieces though, popping up from behind in the distance. And I think I know who this is, but I wouldn't assume. So let's wait until they get a bit closer. But we've been seeing great stuff so far. Donnie is joining us as well. Donnie, I should say welcome back because you were just on here a moment ago. Donnie has joined us, so we'll hear from him a little later on as well. But as you know, on a day like today, we're normally competing with the sound system.
Yes.
So Johnny, I hope tomorrow morning that you have a voice. And same for Donnie and Cassius, who we're both working on here tomorrow.
Yeah.
But there's some lime and honey would fix that.
Yes, some lime and some honey. Yes. Lemon, lime or honey. And of course, we'll be okay.
It's mass on the streets of Kingstown. The sun is out. There's a bit of a gentle breeze, not anything, it's not too windy. Hopefully we'll be able to get some visuals from the guys at VC3 soon because they'll have a drone up in the air capturing the movement of the band, so we'll be able to see where they are and which direction they're coming from. And possibly, if we recognize the colors, we might be able to tell from the air which band
who
it
is coming down the road.
Yes.
But we'll encourage persons who are home at this time to come down to Kingstown to enjoy the mass. I know you are a weatherman, quote-unquote weatherman in our own right. What is expected this afternoon as it relates to weather, Colvin?
Well, last time I checked in with the report from the Met Office, see we may get a few showers, but nothing to be too worried about, I would say. Maybe a few showers in between from the last report I saw. So it shouldn't be a hindrance to those who want to come and enjoy Mass on the streets of Kingston. Just to remind you, there's no Victoria Park, which means that the Mass, when they leave here, they're just going around Kingston and back again. So we'll get multiple views, I should say, during the course of the afternoon of the bands. We'll be able, some things that we missed on the first pass, we'll be able to catch them on the second pass.
In the second time around.
Yes.
Because we had about 3 or 4 bands actually who passed here, that passed here. We had Blondie, we had Lynx, we had Players, and I can't remember the other band that passed us all. 4 bands. They'll be going down to Anglican School, former Anglican School.
Turn around there.
Up and come back up to the Methodist Church, come back up that road.
That's Higginson Street you call it? No, the other one is Higginson Street.
Yes.
Right.
Come up and you'll be able to see the masqueraders. I noticed, well, we noticed that a lot of the bands would not have the regular 10 and 11, 12 sections.
Very small this year.
Yes, because of the late decision to have Carnival this year, and of course the COVID-19, and I guess a spill-off of the last Freight eruption. And but they have scaled down their productions this year.
But you know, Johnny, in light of what you just said, one thing I can tell you, there's a band that never stops producing. Blondie Bird and Friends.
Blondie Bird and Friends have been around for a very long time. Blondie Bird, the leader. People like Abgat and Simone with him all the time.
Yes, because even though the COVID-19 restrictions has put a damper on Carnival, Blondie Bird and Friends was still in the mass tent producing and preparing for the possibility of just what happened this year. So as we sit here and we're waiting for the band to cross the stage, is that appropriate to say, Johnny?
Just remind we have to remind persons that we have competition with the music, the music truck.
Yes, so in a bit we'll get drowned out by them.
Yes.
But there's still
so just bear with us. Bear with us.
Donnie, your thoughts on what you've seen just thus far? I'm not sure if Donnie is hearing me. Donnie, you hearing me?
Yeah, I am.
From what you've seen in a very short time that you've been here, last few minutes.
That's the thing. I am not yet ready for that, because my perspective will be the artistic perspective.
Right, because you're an artist.
Right. I'm looking for colors. I'm looking for the splendor. I'm looking for the wow factor.
Nice.
And I don't want to start just yet when I haven't seen it all.
All right. Well, we'll wait for this one to pass, and then you'll tell me about the colors, because you're the color specialist this afternoon.
Donnie, have you had something to eat as yet since you came off air?
I think we're talking mass and things today.
Because I know, watch. I know that you're a big eater. I'm saying for the listeners, you are a big eater. But I just want to make sure you have something to eat so that at least you can be comfortable.
It's not costume we're talking about today.
But anyway, we have Lynx Mass Band. We have Lynx Mass Band coming down to us here. And pretty soon the truck would get right in front of our stage. And you may not be able to hear us as clearly as you are right now. So just giving you that heads up in case you hear us go silent for a little bit. The truck seems to be moving down at a pace. It's a while ago we had the truck literally stopping right in front of the stage, which meant that we couldn't get the full listenership on your end because you couldn't hear us clearly. But it's better now. Lynx Mass Band, yes. We're seeing the band now. A very small band, Johnny, just about, looks like about 5 or so sections. We don't have all the details on this band, but judging from the difference in the costumes, as the truck passes by now, we'll give them a bit for the truck to get in front of our location here. Johnny, you see the truck is actually painted from yesterday's events. I think they'll be given the cue to cross the VC3 stage here so we can have a closer view for television. and just to make sure that you get in the full detail of the costumes. I think we have... Yes, We Are Links is the name of the presentation. We Are Links, the name of the presentation for 2022.
Actually, you have to come on the stage. Get up some of them, please, driver. We're not going to clear the stage.
So we're seeing now some of the junior masqueraders crossing the stage here. Let me just see if I can get the name of that section for you. So the two junior sections, Future Links, Links Journey, and I think that is Links Journey that just went by there. Future Links is coming up now. This is Future Links approaching our VC3 stage here.
That's right, Colvin. They have like about 2, 3, 4 sections. You have Future Links, you have Links, you have, let me see if I can get that name. Links Defending. It's some mini band, you know.
This section is Links
Mini
celebrating.
sections.
Links celebrating. Yes.
So it's mini celebrating, Links celebrating, Future Links, and just a general Links, and it's multicolored, you know.
We don't see a banner for this one. I'm not sure the name of this section. When we get that, we'll give you that. But I can tell you that it's dominated by a lot of pink and gold feathers. There's some purple feathers in there in the headpiece as well. So it's predominantly pink, Cassius and Johnny. And there's the trimmings of gold feathers. The headpiece is actually gold. And as the masqueraders are being told, what you usually hear, to play mass. And playing mass they're doing here at the VC3 stage just outside of the financial complex.
That's right, and what is interesting is that there's a great number of youngins, a great number of young people within the band. I see a child, I don't think that child is 10.
Yes, well, the juniors are here as well. Johnny, what do you have for us?
Extreme 104.3 GNT Enterprises Limited. 3 sections across the stage. Future Links, Links Celebrations, and the Links Defenders.
Defenders,
and
yes.
right now on stage we have Mutex International.
So here comes Mutex International, very small.
Jungle Fever.
Jungle Fever.
Jungle Fever, the name of the portrayal. We have 2 sections, the Hunters, and right now on stage, the Wildflowers. Of course, predominantly black two-piece suit with a string around the waist and around the upper elbow. Predominantly yellow and gray and black.
Yes, and a very small contingent from this particular mass band this year. Is it that they're sharing the same music truck? Yeah, it appears so this group is from Mutex International that we just saw pass by here on the stage a moment ago.
Yes, indeed.
So a very small contingent from Mutex this year, and they're using the same truck, just to note that as well. The same music truck that's supplying for Links Mass Band is also supplying the music for Mutex International behind. And we see another band in queue, Johnny. So they're coming, they're coming back to back to back.
Would you say Fast and Furious?
Fast and Furious.
Yeah, because we were expected to start at 10 o'clock, but we saw the first band around minutes to 12 o'clock.
About 12:15, we had the first band, which is Oxygen Mass Band.
Yes.
I believe they're somewhere on the other side of
To come back
Kingston.
around again.
To come back around. I wouldn't be surprised if that's Oxygen coming back, because they passed by, I believe, well, I haven't seen Oxygen pass back, so I believe they're on their way around to our section, around to our location here. In case you're just joining us, we're live on Bay Street, and I think Donnie has some color observations for us now. Donnie?
Yeah. I was happy to see this band using the traditional elements of mass. They kept that. One of the hardest things that mass bands had to compete with over the years is the influx of the bad suits, the swimsuits and the feathers, and somehow they were able to hold on to the traditional aspects of creating mass. But they also delivered that feathery feel and the swimsuit feel in another section. So they catered holistically somehow. Not just one traditional way or just the feathers and a swimsuit. They were able to encompass it all and had a nice fusion. I am impressed in the use of the colors, especially in the traditional aspect of it. I was able to connect right away and say, yes, this is mass. This is what we are used to. This is what we are accustomed to. And then the softer colors for the pinks and playing with the feathers. I think they could have done more, but the time
yes.
was probably against them. They could have done a lot more with the feathers, encompassing the artistry of it. I don't want to say that they just rushed it, but with time, they were unable to do a lot more than they could have, because I've seen this band before. These guys can pull out some amazing work, but all in all, a pretty good showing, a really, really good showing. And so far, I am impressed with what I've seen, with how they have used what they have.
Yes, and if Don is impressed, Cassius, your thoughts?
No, I was about to say that I agree with Donnie 100% because they maximize the use of colors and the different variation of colors, and the fact that they added feathers. I mean, we haven't seen that in a while, right?
You mean feathers?
No, the way how they were designed. And you gotta come down to see what I'm talking about.
It's
I
been
can't
2 years.
describe it.
It's been 2 years, so we really haven't seen it in a while, right? Right, Johnny? We really haven't seen it in a while. But yes, we see another truck on the road. Welcome those who are viewing online. We are seeing the comments. Drop us a comment on the live stream for VC3 Television, NBC Radio. We'll check in with the comments. Let us know where you're watching from, viewing from, listening from on radio. This is a production of the National Broadcasting Corporation, VC3 Television, and with support from the Agency for Public Information. A joint production today thanks to our sponsors. We have with us the CDC, Carnival Development Corporation, the National Lotteries Authority, with refreshments provided by Coscab SVG Limited, St. Vincent Brewery Limited, also by our friends at KFC and Subway. We thank them very much. Johnny, mass is moving, a nice breeze to assist with the heat that's coming down.
Indeed, indeed, Colvin. And in the distance, that's coming down there. From our vantage point, usually we see the mass coming down Heritage Square lanes, and we wait the next band coming as we bring to you live coverage of Mardi Gras, the final day. It seems like just 2 days ago Carnival started, and today is the final day, Mardi Gras on the streets of Kingston. It seems like just 2 days ago we started, Calvin.
Yes, and Johnny, you kudos to you. You've been carrying the Carnival events across the platforms this year, and I must say you've done an excellent job in making sure that we've had comprehensive coverage of your teams, and of course our technical team as well supporting, and our friends at VC3 and API who provided support during the course of the production of our Carnival live broadcast as well. And we see this group of masqueraders, Johnny, in the distance. They're approaching now Heritage Square. They're in front of Heritage Square, and I can see the feathers moving left and right, and they're really enjoying themselves on the road.
I think this is the final day, so they have to enjoy themselves. And usually the masqueraders, they know that's their day, it's their day, so they usually enjoy themselves, and we are hearing the music in the background accompanying the masqueraders. That's Grabber Finesse, who came second in the Soca Monarch competition in the Power Soca on last Saturday night. Grabber Finesse placed on over. That's a very popular one for this year's Carnival.
A big contender, and a song I've heard from the trucks coming around when they were warming up as well is Scorpions' Big Road, which is another contender.
All contending for the road match. And we have to remind the persons that road match doesn't limit to like music played on the road, but music on the radio music from the DJs,
Yes, yes.
music in park, music on the road. So that encompasses the road match, persons who would win the road match this year.
Yes. So I see as the band approach, we have Trinidad and Tobago on with us, Doris and Sandra from Canada, Elizabeth in Barbados. Good to have you all with us this afternoon, I should say. Sylvie in Grenada, Francilia in the UK, Nicole in Barbados, Joycelyn, and the whole long list. Grenada's also with us here. Let's see, Canada is with us. Yeah, a whole lot of persons from Canada and the USA with us on our live stream. Rosalie in London and Jasmine is watching as well. I'm not sure where Jasmine is, but we're having a full, wide exposure here this afternoon on the streets of Kingstown on the VC3 stage, and live coverage on your various platforms across the pages of VC3, NBC, and the Agency for Public Information, and on NBC Radio as well.
We must let listeners know as well that the bands would not be as big as they're accustomed, so we might have some spaces in between when it comes to the trucks and the bands on the road. Some bands may have like 2 or 3 sections. Usually they have about 10 or 12, and they would be moving furiously down to Victoria Park. But this year there's no Victoria Park, there's no judging. So we're just on the streets. If you're still home, you can still come down and view the mass on the streets of Kingstown. We're just NBC Radio, of course, and VC3 located just outside the financial complex. As we get competition now from the big truck coming down accompanying the band. We're not sure what band is coming down there yet, but we see 3 trucks in the distance. Calvin.
I see a lot of feathers. I think I know who this band is, but let's wait for the banner.
Well, let's see if it's
a lot of feathers, a lot of feathers.
It won't be Blondie Bird.
It wouldn't be Blondie Bird, but because of the amount of feathers and the fact that we see these 2 trucks not too long ago, this is this is Mirage, definitely Mirage. I think we can say it now.
I was just about to say the same thing, because
that's Mirage second time around. Mirage passed us before we started the broadcast.
Yes, they did. Actually,
so this is them going around.
They've gone around.
Going around town and back at a vantage point here.
Yes, and they're actually located in the Solidarity Inc. car park. That's their base. So they moved out a while ago, and they're
confirming that, Calvin. I see a couple of persons with Mirage t-shirt.
Oh, well, there you go.
So
Security.
That's Mirage coming back round for one full circle of the streets of Kingstown as we get competition now with the truck.
And they have 2 trucks, actually.
Yes.
Small presentation, much bigger than the others, but it's relatively small compared to the usual numbers. So they have 1 truck in the front and 1 all the way in the back.
And the drinks truck in the middle.
And the drinks truck
providing for the masqueraders. Yes. Liquid refreshments.
Liquid refreshments, that's what we call it. So as we get competition from the band, the music truck now, we'll let you enjoy a bit of the music. So that's truck number one. Truck number one is past us. The next one is not too far behind. So soon again, you're not going to be hearing us. Very clever,
And
Johnny.
the section called Machu Picchu.
Machu Picchu.
And the portrayal presentation for 2022 Wanderlust. Wanderlust from Mirage International, Wanderlust. And the section on stage, Machu Picchu.
And always pushing the boundaries a little further, Mirage Productions. This year being no different. Their costumes are quite different. That's all I would say, quite different.
Section on stage now, Sukluthor.
Sukluthor.
From the presentation for Mirage International, Wanderlust.
And that's the thing, right, guys? Mirage Productions, they utilize colors, they utilize feathers, and they just bring it when they come, you know? Donnie, from an artist's perspective, what are your thoughts?
Now, this is one of the bands that always gets the accusation of too much feathers, too much swimsuits, and they're killing the aspect of mass. But what I am seeing here is truly artistic. They have found new ways to bring art and artistry into the swimsuits, into the feathers. They are going in a whole new direction, and without change, without innovation, without anything new, we will become stagnant and it will become old and it will die. I think this is the direction that mass is going, and these guys are finding some really artistic and creative ways to make it pop and make it really, really beautiful.
You see, but that is the thing, right, Donnie, is that Vincymas has changed over the years. And what I think...
People don't like that word change. Let's use evolved. Because
evolved.
Evolution is growth.
You can't change that. You can't change evolution. So Vincymas has evolved over the years, and Mirage has found a way to make it work. Johnny, what do you got to say?
Johnny is speechless right now.
Well, we can figure out why. The action is right in front of him. We understand.
Johnny is speechless. It's like he can't hear us, so he's speechless.
We were saying, right, that
I didn't hear that, Colvin.
I was saying it's either speechless or he's not hearing us, but Johnny is hearing us.
What we're saying, right, Donnie, is that Vincymas has evolved
yes,
over the years.
Yes, this section on stage is called Wyatthoff. Wyatthoff, section number 3 of Mirage International. We had Machu Picchu, Suklothor, and now Wyatthoff on the stage at this time. I know we catered for like 3 or 4 or 6 masqueraders on stage, but it seems like the entire section is coming on stage, a very small stage.
Yes, we're a little scared here because
but
the stage
they want to enjoy themselves, I guess, at the final.
Yeah. Oh boy.
So they're rushing on stage at this time. A stage that was catered for 6 or 7.
Okay, I think we need
6 or 7 masqueraders.
Restrict the numbers of time.
The final section, Erebus of Mirage International. Looks like 80 masqueraders on stage. A stage that was catered for like 6.
Yes.
So we are trying to find a spot behind.
We're actually bouncing with the stage.
Yes, we're bouncing with the music. As they enjoy themselves crossing the small stage here opposite, just outside the financial complex here in Kingstown.
Yes, and it's mass. They're enjoying themselves, and the photographers are getting some really good views in front there. They're really good photos, and of course our vision guys at VC3 also taking some perfect shots there. Another music truck is passing by us now, which means that we're going to get drummed out again in a few seconds.
This final section, Erebus feathers on the back, predominantly red, 2-piece bathing suit dominated with red, some green, some gray, with a feathered back piece.
A lot of feathers this year, and of course this is signature for Mirage.
I have somebody from Mirage International. Good afternoon to you, sir. Give me Mirage Production. What's your name, please, sir?
Michael.
Michael, and tell us a little bit about the band and the 4 sections crossing into that.
Well, seeing that it was reduced, we had really 7 sections for the year, but the names I'm not too familiar with because I am mostly involved in the production. But we hope that what we produce would have satisfied the public opinion of Mirage Productions.
Just making sure that the masqueraders enjoy themselves.
Well, if you notice that they look happy, nobody look.
They enjoy themselves, that's
Yeah,
for sure.
everybody look happy.
It's the final day for Vincymas 2022. What would you say to persons in town and for persons viewing Mirage production?
Well, Carnival has been, it's a business now, right? So what you see is what we produce. If you're comfortable with what you have seen, then it is advisable that, well, it's your decision to make if you want to come and
Play with us 2023.
Yeah, well.
Thank you very much. All the best.
So yeah, I think he's been observing a lot of the colors and Cassius over on that side. They've been on the ground. We've been on the stage, rocking with all the masquerades.
With the noise up here, yes.
Yes, but so Danny, tell us about your observation with the colors.
Colors for this band is something that you will expect. You will expect beautiful colors. You will expect artistry. You'll expect some boldness. You'll expect some pushing of the boundaries. You will expect a lot of feathers, and you will expect to see swimsuits. You will not get too much of the traditional element in this mass band, and it has been accepted over the years. What you will expect, though, is a higher level of presentation, because what they've been able to do with swimsuits, what they've been able to do with feathers, what they've been able to do with some simple armbands, some simple headbands, things, what goes around the knee, what goes around the elbow, it is taken a different turn, a different aspect. It is taken off like the Cleopatras of Egypt,
yes,
where a lot more gold, a lot more jewelry, a lot more adorned. Look, this thing is just taken a life of its own, and it is taken. It is really beautiful.
Donnie, Cassius, your thoughts on the female to male ratio and why?
Well, I can't tell you why. But actually, I could tell you why, because I think females
Make up
are a
your
little more adventurous where Carnival is concerned, according to males, because they think it's okay to let's flaunt this. I got a good body, so let everybody see it. And as Donnie said, Mirage over the years has evolved in such a way that they make, let's use the words loosely, a string look awesome.
I mean, the ratio to male and female with mass has always been like that since I was a little boy. The men like to watch. Only a few would partake. And when you see them partaking...
Donnie, I've played mass.
Me?
I've played mass.
Right, I've played mass maybe 1 or 2 times to see what it feels like. Yeah. It is not something that the average man would do. Right. He may do it 1 or 2 times just for the experience, and that's it. The women will push the boundaries. They will go a little racy, a little edgy.
Yes.
Mass give women that chance, that opportunity. I don't see a man trying to decide, let me go a little off the edge for Carnival.
Absolutely correct.
That's not normal. And when we see that, so
right.
Yes.
you understand?
Yes, we understand.
Yeah, fully understand. Right.
All right, so we'll be joined shortly by a member of the VC3 team, Sinead Hackshaw, who will be having a chat with some of the masqueraders as they come through. Of course, this is a joint production of NBC Radio, VC3 Television, and the Agency for Public Information providing support on this broadcast as well. Thanks to our sponsors, the Carnival Development Corporation, CDC, and the National Lotteries Authority, our title sponsors there. And on VC3's end, to make sure that you have the visuals, that you can see what's happening, and you can hear as well on your television sets and on your mobile devices, on your computers. Flow is providing some support there in ensuring that you have end-to-end coverage across the various platforms. A bit of cloud now compared to the brilliant sunshine we had about 10 minutes ago. and that the weather has since, a bit more clouds, I just say that. We haven't seen any rain, and hopefully wouldn't be seeing any rain during the course of the afternoon. A lot of feathers, particularly in the last band that just moved through, and at some point I suspect we will see another band coming our way, but in the meantime I think it is a good time, Johnny, for us to grab a quick word from our sponsors and come right back. Stay with us.
Yo, you see when them beats start buzzing? It's a different thing.
Thank you very much, Prem Chand. We're back here at on the streets of Kingston, almost at the Victoria Park. But yes, for those who are asking on the live stream, there's no Victoria Park today. We're not having anything at the Victoria Park. Everything is happening on the streets of Kingstown. And we brought you back-to-back bands earlier on, and now we're getting a bit of a break in the activities here, and just want to use the time to say hello to those who are joining us on the live stream. Sooner rather than later we'll see another truck coming down the bend, and of course reaching to our commentary point here, and let's see who is with us on the live stream. Let's see, Canada's with us. Yes, the Bronx is with us as well. Good afternoon to you, Pamela in the Bronx. Good to have you on board. Let's see who else is joining in there. Barbados, quite a lot of persons from Barbados on our stream this afternoon. Good afternoon to you. Canada, more viewers from Canada. Good to see you all this afternoon across the various platforms. And if it is that you're thinking to come down to Kingstown to see what's happening with Mass, yes, Mass is here on the streets of Kingstown. Nothing at the Victoria Park, so don't go to the Victoria Park. Everything is happening on the road this year, and we're live in front of the financial complex where we have our stage mounted, the VC3 stage. Johnny has a guest with him, so Johnny, over to you.
Thank you very much, Colvin. I have the president of the SVG Calypsonian Association, Mr. Earl Cabba-Bennett. Good afternoon to you, Earl.
Good afternoon, Johnny Penn. Good afternoon to all the listeners, wherever you are. Remember, I always said the Venetians are looking down. The people from Venus, they are, and the Martians, they are here. So, welcome to Vincymas at this Carnival in the Caribbean.
We're on NBC Radio and in collaboration with VC3. Tell us, give us a rundown of what your feel. It's the final day of Vincymas. Your feel as it relates to Carnival and the final day.
Well, let me just go back and talk about Sunday night. I was talking about Sunday night. I promised persons a Battle Royale and the Calypso of expectation. In fact, all the Calypsonians were winners. Even though there was a new monarch in Tajo, his second crown, 11 years at his first crown. Congratulations, Tajo. Congratulations, Hero, first place in second. Channel 4 place in third, and Sule 4 place in fourth. Now we're talking about today's activity.
You didn't talk about Soca, man.
Well, Soca Monarch is Saturday, and you know the crowd was what we expected, but yet again that was a close battle in both Raga Soca and the Soca. We don't say power Soca here, we say Soca. So we had a good weekend of Calypso. Remember, I always say Calypso is Kaiso, Raga Soca, and Soca, and we had a fantastic event. They lived up all the shows on the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, lived up to expectations.
Yesterday, you were in town yesterday for the T-shirt band.
The T-shirt band is not what we are accustomed to in terms of yesteryear. CDC actually put on a truck in anticipation that we needed revelers, but they had that any rebels behind the truck. We had Mustique, I saw Purple Army, and I saw Flow. Yes. So we had 3 different colors represented: Purple Army, Flow, and the Green Machine. But the person enjoyed himself, and that's the most important thing about Vincymas, enjoying yourself. After all, we are the hottest carnival in the Caribbean, and yes, in the universe.
Unfortunately, we didn't have an old mass, something that I always look forward to.
And that the reason for that is that the major players decided not to come. They advised us, the informers, Juve Fanatic, Green Hill, and others that they weren't coming, and to set up a stage. It incur expenses to put a sound system, so we decided not to judge the traditional old mass. It's something I look forward to. After all, I'm the producer.
Yes.
And I have, can I call it a graduation? I started as a judge, then to chief judge, and I've been asked to produce Juve, the traditional aspect of Juve, over the years. And I actually missed it, but come next year, things will be greater. It was circumstances beyond our control, and as a CDC, we had to make a call, and I thought we made the right call. In fact, the revelers believe we made the right call.
Okay. And your impression, what you've seen so far today, Mardi Gras, final day?
Today, different situation. As we know, this year Master Showcase. So they're only appearing on the streets. Unfortunately, I'm happy to say, the only stage we'll be appearing on is the stage, BC3 and NBC stage. So at least have some kind of stage to jump upon. Thus far, I've seen 2 bands, Oxygen and Mirage.
Okay. Six actually have passed.
Well, I haven't seen because which tells you I'm just coming into town.
tired from Sunday night.
Not from only Sunday, for the entire carnival period. I've been going.
Okay.
And I'm here. I know there are supposed to be 12 bands parading the streets and crossing the stage on BC3 and NBC. I want to thank BC3 and NBC Radio for bringing Carnival 2020 to Vincymas. You guys have been doing a tremendous job because we need you. We need you to promote Carnival. And let me just call it again. It is Vincymas, the hottest carnival in the Caribbean.
Finally, Kaba, few hours left before Vincymas ends. What would you say to persons in town or persons at home at this time are looking to come into town?
Well, I will urge them to come to town because there's no experience actually being there physically, being there in person. I know some of you like the comforts of your home. Those of you who have good weather, we've not been having good weather for this Vincymas. For whatever reason, God knows best, but I'm encouraging you to come down. There's room, plenty of room here. Come and see for yourself the splendor of colors. Come and see Vincymas in all the splendor. And next year, look out for Vincymas. Brighter, bigger, more experience, more excitement, everything bigger. Like the same Texas, everything is big. In Vincymas, everything is big as well.
And more freedom as well.
Far more freedom.
I like your shirt. Thank you very much, Kaba.
Thank you very much. You see, although I'm not playing in a regular band, I'm actually still playing Carnival. My colors show that I'm playing Carnival.
Kaba, thank you so much for chatting with us. That's Earl Kaba Bennett. That's president of the SVG Calypsonian Association. We're coming to you live on NBC Radio. We're also joined by VC3. We're bringing to you Mardi Gras on the streets of Kingstown. Of course, our coverage with the good wish of the National Lotteries Authority and the Carnival Development Corporation. Stay with us as we await the next band to come down to our vantage point just outside the financial complex here in Kingstown.
Yes, and as we come to you live, we just want to say hello once more to all of those joining via the various platforms. And if you're watching on the live stream, be sure to send us a hello on the live stream. Let us know where you're viewing from. We appreciate you taking the time out to tune into the various live streams and following what is happening. I see St. Kitts is there. I see a flag there for Antigua and Barbuda. Barbados again is there. Arkansas in the USA is there with us as well. Great to have you all on board this afternoon. The clouds are about, a bit of a disappearance of the sun for the time being, but certainly not a disappearance of the vibe. The truck is on the way down on the other side of Kingstown. I was told that the truck is actually, there's a truck somewhere around the old Juicy building, I was told a few minutes ago by a member of our team who came from that direction. So sooner rather than later, we'll be seeing just in front of the entrance to Heritage Square there another truck coming down towards us, and we'll of course continue to bring you all of the coverage here on the various platforms across radio and television. And we really appreciate you joining us this afternoon. Thanks again to our sponsors, Carnival Development Corporation and the National Lotteries Authority. They're providing us with our title sponsorship along with the flow on the television end. Thanks to the refreshment sponsors, Coscab SVG Limited, Subway. Brewery. Yes, and I'm doing it from memory. So
Subway.
It's Subway
and KFC.
And KFC. Can't forget you guys. And thanks very much for your usual support around this time of year. Johnny, things are a bit quiet now. I think we have a DJ on location. DJ Javid.
DJ Javid?
Yes, I think he has a couple of the contenders for the Road March lined up. Right, Javid? Let's see which one he has.
Let's hear Javid. We have never heard Javid's voice. Javid, say hello to the listeners.
He's running from the mic. So this one from Kemi is one of the contenders.
One of the contenders, yes. That's the call. He came fourth in the Soca Monarch on Saturday night.
Yep. Yes. And we'll hear when the trucks come around again, which one is out front so far.
place. Hey, mash up the place. Mash up the place. Hey, move everything. Move everything. Move everything. Boy, my people want to back and they want to carry on. Jamming in the streets all day. Say when we come to rave, no doubt we won't behave. Just let the fire blaze. Light it up. Insurance. Anytime we touch your verdict. Insurance. What you see is what you get. Oh, insurance. Tell them say don't bother us. Insurance. This year we not get no check. My people get man. We go rip down this hole and push on this hole. My people get man. We go mash up this hole and shut down this hole. Let me out, just let me out. 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 Coming up and let me out of the pen. We going crazy again. Let me out of the pen. We going crazy again. Ah, where do you? Me lose a screw. Ah, where do you? Me lose a screw. Let me out of the pen. We going crazy again. Let me out of the pen. We going crazy again. Let me out. Let me out. Let me out this year. Show me madness. Show me madness. Show me madness. Let it just rumba rumba. Surumba rumba. Surumba rumba. Surumba rumba. Let it just rumba rumba. Surumba rumba. Surumba rumba. Surumba rumba. All over the country looking for me. It's only fireman who could set them free. The COVID and volcano, they had me bad. The people them so stressed out, they going mad. I sent for me gong. I sing them a song. They all on the ground, like they having fun. The place start to shake, just like an earthquake. I cast them a spell before they escape. Let me out of the pen, we going crazy again. Let me out of the pen, we going crazy again. Ah, where do you? Me lose a screw. Ah, where do you? Me lose a screw. Let me out of the pen, we going crazy again. Let me out of the pen, we going crazy again. Let me out. Let me out. Let me out this year. Show me madness. Show me madness. Show me madness. Let it just rumba rumba. Surumba rumba. Surumba rumba. Surumba rumba. Let it just rumba rumba. Surumba rumba. Surumba rumba. Surumba rumba. The zombie them take over the carnival.
A bigger amount of mass to describe it. But as the truck passes, we'll just let the truck pass by and then we pick up.
So I'm telling once again, this is Players. This is Players, one of the biggest band in the country. You don't know. This year 2020 is all about suffering and fire. I am in 2022 a day. Take it up one more. Take it up one more. Yeah, driver, one more. One more, let me go. me one more.
So that's SVG Players International. That's passing by there now.
Say what? Say what? Take out your phone. Take out your phone. That's it. Everybody. 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 Some tell us about 2022 players. Suffering and fire. Let's go. Everybody drop. Right.
See a few familiar faces in this one.
Right. Driver, take me down one more, just a little notch. Take it down a notch, let's go.
So that's SVG Players International. Cassius, a wide range of colors, and there's a particular group that's right on our VC3 stage now. That's fire, the fire of the Lasso Freya. That's the orange and the very bright colors associated with such an event. Yes, Fire Empress is with that, and quite appropriately, she's in a section that reflects fire.
Interesting, you know, I'm
Very
saying the same thing. So I was looking at the irony that we have a band portraying Lasso Freya on fire, and within that band, we have Fire Empress.
Keeping the fire going. But they're enjoying themselves, mostly females, Cassius. I just saw about 1 or 2 males, probably 2 males at most, maybe 3. There's a junior masquerade on stage now, and I think this is Ash in the Place, I believe, yes. Ash in the Place is the name of this one. This was from the junior Carnival. Remember the junior Carnival presentation for SVG Players.
Yes, that's right. So we have the junior players doing Ash in the Place, and before that we had the adults doing Fire, Lasso Freya on fire. Yes, SVG Players International doing the thing, and they're across our stage right in front of us as we enjoy Vincymas 2022.
Yes, and of course, SVG Players not necessarily one of the larger bands. They're a pretty small band, but certainly the use of colors and the use of the orange and all of those colors. Johnny, you want to grab one of these masqueraders when they're passing by for us? We'll see if we can have a chat.
We just had on stage Lava Flow.
Yep.
And before that we had Ash in the Air. And right now on stage we have Pyroclastic Flow. This is the junior queen, Pyroclastic Flow, and all the other masqueraders now are now joining the junior queen on stage. Predominantly, this is all female.
All female, yes.
All female.
And our stage is pretty much moving.
We're having competition from both the music and the dancers on stage at this moment. Just to let persons know that the mass this year is not judged but we have a small stage just outside of the
VC3
financial
stage. It's called the
complex.
VC3 stage.
Yes.
And that's what happens when you have a pyroclastic flow. You have movement.
Movements, yes. I think the tremors is what we're having right now because we're standing on the stage and the stage is rocking with the music actually. And I can see all our equipment just swaying as well. But
So-
we'll be okay. They're enjoying
SVG Players
themselves.
International, Software on Fire, sections like lava flow, ash in the air, and the pyroclastic flow, reminding us of the eruptions of La Soufrière in 2021, just last year. 1 year that we didn't have Carnival here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Indeed.
And of course the year before, 2020.
A lot of green in this one, Johnny, this particular section on stage. A lot of neon green, I
Green,
should say.
white, with a nice headpiece, like one of those ancient Egyptian
Yes, like a
headpiece.
century sort of
I
headpiece.
think you mean Roman, eh?
A skirt like shape in the back with predominantly two-piece bathing suit.
So the rear end of the presentation from SVG Players International, Soufrière on fire, and they're lining up back behind the truck now because they just crossed our stage, so they'll be enjoying themselves around Kingstown.
Around the town.
We mentioned earlier that Oxygen was the very first one to get going. Oxygen actually passed about 12:15 or so, about well over 45 minutes before the others came here, half an hour to 40 minutes, and they enjoyed themselves and they've gone around, and soon we'll see them coming back. I believe they're taking their time and chipping around Kingstown, I should say.
And of course, I think they'll just be enjoying themselves as there's no judging and there might not be any formation or choreography as you would see in when there's judging, because they would, when the uptown judging, they would make sure form themselves in a format or such. But today, the masqueraders are just enjoying themselves as they display their mask. And 4 or 5 sections from Players International passing us our vantage point here, just outside the financial complex here in Kingstown.
And you're absolutely right. I think they're actually in the process of just enjoying themselves because for some of them, I think they know that there's no judging really going on. So it's just like, you know what? I'm here. It's Carnival. Let me just relax and let me just ease myself and let me just enjoy the vibe.
Yes. So if you're just joining us, this is NBC Radio, the Sound of Nation. We're also on VC3. We're bringing to you live coverage of Mardi Gras in capital city Kingstown. And of course, if you're just joining us, we're coming to you live on NBC with the good wishes
of the National Lotteries Authority and the Carnival Development Corporation. Thanks to our sponsors for the refreshments. We have with us today Subway, the Coscab SVG Limited, St. Vincent Brewery Limited, and our friends at KFC providing our refreshments on television. Flo is making sure that you have crisp video on your television screens and on your computer, on your mobile devices. So big up to Flo as well for facilitating the visuals with our partners at VC3 Television. But Johnny, I think another band is coming down.
in the distance. That's coming down on Heritage Square outside Lanes area. There's another truck coming down. Haven't seen any masqueraders behind the truck as yet, but let's hope.
I think
yes.
they're there, Johnny.
Yes.
They're
As the
coming
truck,
into view now.
As the
They're
truck
coming into
moves
view now.
forward, I see a few masqueraders coming down there. I'm not too sure what's the band, but let's hope that they'll be there. They'll be here in a short while.
Yes, and we'll get to see their banner in a bit because the banner is just behind the back of the truck. So you wouldn't see the banner until the truck moves down a bit. And I can tell you that they're certainly enjoying themselves. I'm seeing the headpieces though, popping up from behind in the distance. And I think I know who this is, but I wouldn't assume. So let's wait until they get a bit closer. But we've been seeing great stuff so far. Donnie is joining us as well. Donnie, well, I should say welcome back because you were just on here a moment ago. Donnie has joined us, so we'll hear from him a little later on as well. But as you know, on a day like today, we're normally competing with the sound system.
Yes.
So Johnny, I hope tomorrow morning that you have a voice. And same for Donnie and Cassius, who we're both working on here tomorrow. But there's some lime and honey would fix that.
There's some lime and some honey.
Yes.
lemon, lime, or honey, and of course we'll be okay.
It's mass on the streets of Kingstown. The sun is out. There's a bit of a gentle breeze, not anything, it's not too windy. Hopefully we'll be able to get some visuals from the guys at VC3 soon because they'll have a drone up in the air capturing the movement of the band, so we'll be able to see where they are and which direction they're coming from. And possibly, if we recognize the colors, we might be able to tell from the air which band
who
it
is coming down the road.
Yes.
But we'll encourage persons who are home at this time to come down to Kingstown to enjoy the mass. I know you are a weatherman, quote-unquote weatherman in your own right. What is expected this afternoon as it relates to weather, Colvin?
Well, last time I checked in with the report from the Met Office, see we may get a few showers, but nothing to be too worried about, I would say. Maybe a few showers in between from the last report I saw. So it shouldn't be a hindrance to those who want to come and enjoy mass on the streets of Kingstown. Just reminded there's no Victoria Park, which means that the mass, when they leave here, they're just going around Kingstown and back again. So we'll get multiple views, I should say, during the course of the afternoon of the bands. We'll be able, some things that we missed on the first pass, we'll be able to catch them on the second pass.
In the second time around.
Yes.
Because we had about 3 or 4 bands actually who passed here, that passed there only. We had Blondie, we had Lynx, we had Players, and I can't remember the other band that passed us all. 4 bands. They'll be going down to Anglican School, former Anglican School.
Turn around there.
Up and come back up to the Methodist Church, come back up that road.
That's Higginson Street you call it? No, the other one is Higginson Street.
Yes.
Right.
Come up and you'll be able to see the masqueraders. I noticed, we noticed that a lot of the bands would not have the regular 10 and 11, 12 sections.
They're very small this year.
Yes, because of the late decision to have Carnival this year, and of course the COVID-19, and I guess a spill-off of the last of eruption. But they have scaled down their productions this year.
But Johnny, in light of what you just said, one thing I can tell you, there's a band that never stops producing. Blondie Bird and Friends.
Blondie Bird and Friends have been around for a very long time. Blondie Bird, the leader, people like Afghat and Simone with him all the time.
Yes, because even though the COVID-19 restrictions has put a damper on Carnival, Blondie Bird and Friends was still in the mass tent producing and preparing for the possibility of just what happened this year. So as we sit here and we're waiting for the band to cross the stage, is that appropriate to say, Johnny?
Just remind we have to remind persons that we have competition with the music, the music truck.
Yes, so in a bit we'll get drowned out by them.
Yes.
But there's still
so just bear with us.
Donnie, your thoughts on what you've seen just thus far? I'm not sure if Donnie is hearing me. Donnie, you hearing me?
Yeah, I am.
From what you've seen in a very short time that you've been here, last few minutes.
That's the thing. I am not yet ready for that, because my perspective will be the artistic perspective.
Right, because you're an artist.
Right. I'm looking for colors. I'm looking for the splendor. I'm looking for the wow factor.
Nice.
And I don't want to start just yet when I haven't seen it all.
All right. Well, we'll wait for this one to pass, and then you'll tell me about the colors, because you're the color specialist this afternoon.
Donnie, have you had something to eat as yet since you came off air?
I think we're talking mass and things today.
Because I know, watch. I know that you're a big eater. I'm saying for the listeners, you are a big eater. But I just want to make sure you have something to eat so that at least you can be comfortable.
It's not costume we're talking about today.
But anyway, we have Lynx Mass Band. We have Lynx Mass Band coming down to us here. And pretty soon the truck would get right in front of our stage. And you may not be able to hear us as clearly as you are right now. So just giving you that heads up in case you hear us go silent for a little bit. The truck seems to be moving down at a pace. It's a while ago we had the truck literally stopping right in front of the stage, which meant that we couldn't get the full full listenership on your end because you couldn't hear us clearly. But it's better now. Link's Mass Band, yes. We're seeing the band now. A very small band, Johnny, just about, looks like about 5 or so sections. We don't have all the details on this band, but judging from the difference in the costumes, as the truck passes by now, we'll give them a bit for the truck to get in front of our location here. Johnny, you see the truck is actually painted from yesterday's events. I think they'll be given the cue to cross the VC3 stage here so we can have a closer view for television and just to make sure that you get in the full detail of the costumes. I think we have... Yes, We Are Links is the name of the presentation. We Are Links, the name of the presentation for 2022.
Hey, driver, hold on, the brakes up. Actually, you have to come on the stage. Get up some of them, please, driver. Go down to the clear the stage.
So we're seeing now some of the junior masqueraders crossing the stage here. Let me just see if I can get the name of that section for you. So the 2 junior sections, Future Links, Link's Journey, and I think that is Link's Journey that just went by there. Future Links is coming up now. This is Future Links approaching our VC3 stage here.
That's right, Calvin. They have like about 2, 3, 4 sections. You have Future Links, you have Links, you have, let me see if I can get that name. Links Defending. It's some mini band, you know.
This section is Links
Mini
celebrating.
sections.
Links celebrating. Yes.
So it's mini celebrating, Links celebrating, Future Links, and just a general Links, and it's multicolored, you know.
We don't see a banner for this one. I'm not sure the name of this section. When we get that, we'll give you that. But I can tell you that it's dominated by a lot of pink and gold feathers. There's some purple feathers in there in the headpiece as well. So it's predominantly pink, Cassius and Johnny. And there's a trimmings of gold feathers. The headpiece is actually gold. And as the masqueraders are being told, what you usually hear, to play mass. And playing mass they're doing here at the VC3 stage just outside of the financial complex.
That's right, and what is interesting is that there's a great number of youngins, a great number of young people within the band. I see a child, I don't think that child is 10.
Yes, well, the juniors are here as well. Johnny, what do you have for us?
It's Extreme 104.3 GNT Enterprises Limited. 3 sections across the stage. Future Links, Links Celebrations, and the Links Defenders.
Defenders,
and
yes.
right now on stage we have Mutex International.
So here comes Mutex International, very small.
Jungle Fever.
Jungle Fever.
Jungle Fever, the name of the portrayal. We have 2 sections, the Hunters, and right now on stage, the Wildflowers. Of course, predominantly black 2-piece suit with a string around the waist and around the upper elbow. Predominantly yellow and gray and black.
Yes, and a very small contingent from this particular mass band this year. Is it that they're sharing the same music truck? Yeah, it appears that so this group is from Mutex International that we just saw pass by here on the stage a moment ago.
Yes, indeed.
So a very small contingent from Mutex this year, and they're using the same truck, just to note that as well. The same music truck that's supplying for Link's Mass Band is also supplying the music for Mutex International behind. And we see another band in queue, Johnny. So they're coming.
In the distance.
They're coming back to back to back.
Would you say Fast and Furious?
Fast and Furious.
Yeah, because we were expected to start at 10 o'clock, but we saw the first band around minutes to 12 o'clock.
About 12:15,
Yeah.
we had the first band, which is Oxygen Mass Band.
Yes.
I believe they're somewhere on the other side
To
of
come back
Kingston.
around again.
To come back around. I wouldn't be surprised if that's Oxygen coming back, because they passed by, I believe, well, I haven't seen Oxygen pass back, so I believe they're on their way around to our section, around to our location here. In case you're just joining us, we're live on Bay Street, and I think Donnie has some color observations for us now. Donnie?
Yeah. I was happy to see this band using the traditional elements of mass. They kept that. One of the hardest things that mass bands had to compete with over the years is the influx of the bad suits, the swimsuits and the feathers, and somehow they were able to hold on to the traditional aspects of creating mass. But they also delivered that feathery feel and the swimsuit feel in another section. So they catered holistically somehow. Not just one traditional way or just the feathers and a swimsuit. They were able to encompass it all and had a nice fusion. I am impressed in the use of the colors, especially in the traditional aspect of it. I was able to connect right away and say, yes, this is mass. This is what we are used to. This is what we are accustomed to. And then the softer colors for the pinks and playing with the feathers. I think they could have done more, but the time
Yes.
was probably against them. They could have done a lot more with the feathers, encompassing the artistry of it. I don't want to say that they just rushed it, but with time, they were unable to do a lot more than they could have, because I've seen this band before. These guys can pull out some amazing work, but all in all, a pretty good showing, a really, really good showing. And so far, I am impressed with what I've seen, with how they have used what they have.
Yes, and if Don is impressed, Cassius, your thoughts?
No, I was about to say that I agree with Danny 100% because they maximize the use of colors and the different variation of colors, and the fact that they added feathers. I mean, we haven't seen that in a while, right?
You mean feathers?
No, the way how they were designed. And you gotta come down to see what I'm talking about.
It's been 2 years.
Describe it.
It's been 2 years, so we really haven't seen it in a while, right? Right, Johnny? We really haven't seen it in a while. But yes, we see another truck on the road. Welcome those who are viewing online. We are seeing the comments. Drop us a comment on the live stream for VC3 Television, NBC Radio. We'll check in with the comments. Let us know where you're watching from, viewing from, listening from on radio. This is a production of the National Broadcasting Corporation, VC3 Television, and with support from the Agency for Public Information. A joint production today, thanks to our sponsors. We have with us the CDC, Carnival Development Corporation, the National Lotteries Authority, with refreshments provided by Coscab SVG Limited, St. Vincent Brewery Limited, also by our friends at KFC and Subway. We thank them very much. Johnny, mass is moving, a nice breeze to assist with the heat that's coming down.
Indeed, indeed, Colvin. And in the distance, that's coming down there. From our vantage point, usually we see the mass coming down Heritage Square lanes, and we wait the next band coming as we bring to you live coverage of Mardi Gras, the final day. It seems like just 2 days ago Carnival started, and today is the final day, Mardi Gras on the streets of Kingston. It seems like just 2 days ago we started, Calvin.
Yes, and Johnny, you kudos to you. You've been carrying the Carnival events across the platforms this year, and I must say you've done an excellent job in making sure that we've had comprehensive coverage of your teams, and of course our technical team as well supporting, and our friends at VC3 and API who provided support during the course of the production of our Carnival live broadcast as well. And we see this group of masqueraders, Johnny, in the distance. They're approaching now Heritage Square. They're in front of Heritage Square. and I can see the feathers moving left and right,
Left and
they're
right.
really enjoying themselves on the road.
I think this is the final day, so they have to enjoy themselves. And usually the masqueraders, they know that's their day, it's their day. So they usually enjoy themselves, and we are hearing the music in the background accompanying the masqueraders. That's Grabber Finesse, who came second. In the Soca Monarch competition, in the Power Soca on last Saturday night, Grabber Finesse placed on over. That's a very popular one for this year's Carnival.
A big contender, and a song I've heard from the trucks coming around when they were warming up as well is Capian's Big Road, which
Big
is
Road.
another contender.
All contending for the road match.
contending for the road
And we
match.
have to remind persons that road match doesn't limit to like music played on the road, but music on the radio, music from the DJs,
Yes, yes.
music in park, music on the road. So that encompasses the road match, persons who would win the road match this year.
Yes. So I see as the band approach, we have Trinidad and Tobago on with us, Doris and Sandra from Canada, Elizabeth in Barbados. Good to have you all with us this afternoon, I should say. Sylvie in Grenada, Francilia in the UK, Nicole in Barbados, Joycelyn, and the whole long list. Grenada's also with us here. Let's see, Canada is with us. Yeah, a whole lot of persons from Canada and the USA with us on our live stream. Rosalie in London, and Jasmine is watching as well. Not sure where Jasmine is, but we're having a full, wide exposure here this afternoon on the streets of Kingstown on the VC3 stage, and live coverage on your various platforms across the pages of VC3, NBC, and the Agency for Public Information, and on NBC Radio as well.
We must let listeners know as well that the bands would not be as big as they're accustomed, so we might have some spaces in between when it comes to the trucks and the bands on the road. Some bands may have like 2 or 3 sections. Usually they have about 10 or 12, and they would be moving furiously down to Victoria Park. But this year there's no Victoria Park, there's no judging, so we're just on the streets. If you're still home, you can still come down and view the mass on the streets of Kingstown. We're just NBC Radio, of course, and VC3 located just outside the financial complex. As we get competition now from the big truck coming down accompanying the band. We're not sure what band is coming down there yet, but we see 3 trucks in the distance. Calvin.
I see a lot of feathers. I think I know who this band is, but let's wait for the banner.
Well, let's see if it's band.
A lot of feathers, a lot of feathers.
It won't be Blondie Bird.
It wouldn't be Bloody Bird, but because of the amount of feathers and the fact that we see these 2 trucks not too long ago, this is this is Mirage, definitely Mirage. I think we can say it now.
I was just about to say the same thing, because
that's
they made
Mirage
their rounds
second time
before.
around. Mirage passed us before we started the broadcast.
Yes, they did. Actually,
so this is them coming, going around.
They've gone around.
Going around town and back at a vantage point here.
Yes, and they're actually located in the Solidarity Inc. car park. That's their base. So they moved out a while ago, and they're
confirming that Calvin. I see a couple of persons with Mirage t-shirt.
Oh, well, there you go.
So
Security.
that's Mirage coming back round for one full circle of the streets of Kingstown as we get competition now with the truck.
And they have 2 trucks actually.
Yes.
A small presentation, much bigger than the others, but it's relatively small compared to their usual numbers. So they have 1 truck in the front and 1 all the way in the back.
And the drinks truck in the middle.
And the drinks truck
providing for the masqueraders. Yes. Liquid refreshments.
Liquid refreshments, that's what we call it. So as we get competition from the band, the music truck now, we'll let you enjoy a bit of the music.
Run up on the stage. Run up on the stage. Run up on the stage. We get to that. People say we crazy. Tired and no lazy. Some man a fit shady. That is him and right. On the stage. Mass 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 on the stage. Oh, you.
So that's truck number one. Truck number one is past us. The next one is not too far behind. So soon again, you're not going to be hearing us. Very clever, Johnny.
The section called Machu Picchu.
Machu Picchu.
And the portrayal presentation for 2022 Wanderlust. Wanderlust from Mirage International. Wanderlust. And that's the section on stage, Machu Picchu.
And always pushing the boundaries a little bit further, Mirage Productions. This year being no different, their costumes are quite different. That's all I would say, quite different.
Section on stage now, Sukluthor. From the presentation for Mirage International, Wanderlust.
And that's the thing, right, guys? Mirage Productions, they utilize colors, they utilize feathers, and they just bring it when they come, you know? Donnie, from an artist's perspective, what are your thoughts?
Now, this is one of the bands that always gets the accusation of too much feathers, much swimsuits, and they're killing the aspect of mass. But what I am seeing here is truly artistic. They have found new ways to bring art and artistry into the swimsuits, into the feathers. They are going in a whole new direction, and without innovation, without anything new, we will become stagnant and it will become old and it will die. I think this is the direction that mass is going, and these guys are finding some really artistic and creative ways to make it pop and make it really, really beautiful.
You see, but that is the thing, right, Donnie, is that Vincymas has changed over the years, and what I think
people don't like that word change. Let's use evolved.
They've
because
evolved.
Evolution is growth.
You can't change that. You can't change evolution. So Vincymas has evolved over the years, and Mirage has found a way to make it work. Johnny, what do you got to say?
Johnny is speechless right now.
Well, we can figure out why.
I think
beyond this.
Johnny is speechless. It's either he can't hear us or he's speechless.
We were saying, right, that
I didn't hear that, Calvin.
I was saying it's either speechless or he's not hearing us, but Johnny is hearing us.
What we're saying, right, Danny, is that Vincymas has evolved over the
This
years.
section on stage is called Wyathoff. Wyathoff, section number 3 of Mirage International. We had Machu Picchu, Sukluthor, and now Wyathoff. on the stage at this time. I know we catered for like 3 or 4 or 6 masqueraders on stage, but it seems like the entire section is coming on stage, a very small stage.
Yes, we're a little scared here because
but
the stage
they want to enjoy themselves, I guess, the final.
Yeah. Oh boy.
So they're rushing on stage at this time. A stage that was catered for 6 or 7.
Okay, I think we need to.
6 or 7 masqueraders. We have
time.
The final section, Erebus of Mirage International. Looks like 80 masqueraders on stage. A stage that was catered for like 6.
Yes.
So we are trying to find a spot behind.
Bouncing with the stage.
Yes, we're bouncing with the music. As they enjoy themselves crossing the small stage here opposite, just outside the financial complex here in Kingstown.
Yes, and it's mass. They're enjoying themselves, and the photographers are getting some really good views in front there. They're really good photos, and of course our vision guys at VC3 also taking some perfect shots there. Another music truck is passing by us now, which means that we're going to get drowned out again in a few seconds.
This final section, Erebus feathers on the back, predominantly red, 2-piece bathing suit dominated by red, some green, some gray, with a feathered back piece.
A lot of feathers this year, and of course this is signature for Mirage.
I have somebody from Mirage International. Good afternoon to you, sir. Give me Mirage Production. What's your name, please, sir? Michael. And tell us a little bit about the band and the 4 sections crossing into that.
Well, seeing that it was reduced, we had really 7 sections for the year, but the names I'm not too familiar with because I am mostly involved in the production. But we hope that what we produce would have satisfied the public's opinion of Mirage Productions.
Just making sure that the masqueraders enjoy themselves.
Well, if you notice that they look happy, nobody look.
They're enjoying themselves, that's for sure.
Everybody look happy.
It's a final day for Vincymas 2022. What would you say to persons in town and for persons viewing Mirage production?
Well, Carnival has been it's a business now, right? So what you see is what we produce. If you are comfortable with what you have seen, then it is advisable that, well, it's your decision to make if you want to come and
play with us 2023.
Yeah, well.
Thank you very much. All the best.
So yeah, I think Donnie he's been observing a lot of the colors and Cassius over on that side. They've been on the ground. We've been on the stage, rocking with all the masquerade.
With the noise up here, yes.
Yes, but so Donnie, tell us about your observation with the colors.
Colors for this band is something that you will expect. You will expect beautiful colors, you will expect artistry, you'll expect some boldness, you'll expect some pushing of the boundaries, you will expect a lot of feathers, and you will expect to see swimsuits. You will not get too much of the traditional element in this mass band, and it has been accepted over the years. What you will expect, though, is a higher level of presentation. Because what they've been able to do with swimsuits, what they've been able to do with feathers, what they've been able to do with some simple armbands, some simple headbands, things, what goes around the knee, what goes around the elbow, it is taken a different turn, a different aspect. It is taken off like the Cleopatras of Egypt. Yes. Where a lot more gold, a lot more jewelry, a lot more adorned. Look, this thing is just taken a life of its own, and it is taken. It is really beautiful.
Donnie, Cassius, your thoughts on the female to male ratio and why?
Well, I can't tell you why. But actually, I could tell you why, because I think females
Make up
are a
your
little
mind.
more adventurous where Carnival is concerned, according to males, because they think it's okay to let's flaunt this. I got a good body, so let everybody see it. And as Donnie said, Mirage over the years has evolved in such a way that they make, let's use the words loosely, a string look awesome.
I mean, the ratio to male and female with mass has always been like that since I was a little boy. The men like to watch. Only a few would partake. And when you see them partaking,
Donnie, I've played mass.
Me?
I've played mass.
Right, I've played mass maybe 1 or 2 times to see what it feels like.
Yeah.
It is not something that the average man would do.
Right.
He may do it 1 or 2 times just for the experience, and that's it. The women will push the boundaries. They will go a little racy, a little edgy.
Yes.
Mass give women that chance, that opportunity. I don't see a man trying to decide, let me go a little off the edge for Carnival.
Absolutely correct.
That's not normal. And when we see that, so
Yes.
you understand?
Yes, we understand.
Yeah, fully understand. Right.
All right, we'll be joined shortly by a member of the VC3 team, Sinead Hackshaw, who'll be having a chat with some of the masqueraders as they come through. Of course, this is a joint production of NBC Radio, VC3 Television, and Agency for Public. And thanks to Flo for taking care of the visuals and making sure that we have a crisp feed from the streets of Kingstown to your television sets and through the online feed as well. So if it is you're watching us now on the live stream, send us a message. Let us know that you're viewing. Let us know that you're with us.
My biggest fear, though, because some of the bands are so small, that some of these bands are going to break up even before they have already done a good turn around Kingstown, a good portrayal of what they have produced before the invaders come.
Yes.
Because invaders is one of the hardest things that security and mass bands have to deal with. The bands are smaller, which means that raiders will get a little bit more time to free up and do a lot more. But it also gives way for invaders to come in and do their thing. So I'm hoping that they get a chance to really go around the town, enjoy themselves, portray the mass, and have a good showing.
Yes. As we bring to you live coverage of Mardi Gras on the streets of Kingstown 2022. We have seen a number of mass bands crossing the stage here from where we are located, just outside the financial complex. According to our list, we await the Tribes Mass Band, Berlin Ralph International, of course. That's the spill of the daughter of Owen Ralph and the Professionals. They await their presentation, and they cross in the stage here at outside financial complex. And Nelson Block, we haven't seen Nelson Block as yet.
I think there's a possibility that's Nelson Block coming down there.
That's Nelson Block in the distance.
In the distance, yes, and then I bet you'll get to see some of the visuals of that. Nelson Block is
Spirit of Carnival presentation.
Spirit of
Carnival. And last Sunday we saw the section of the band at the Victoria Park celebration. A very colorful celebration of Nelson Block 2022. A band that has won the title, the Band of the Year, for few years.
Yes, and thanks very much for all of those joining us online. Yes, we are back with you. I know earlier on you were seeing some visuals of Mass earlier on, and pretty soon you'll be seeing some live action once more as we have another band coming down. Some of them will be crossing the VC3 stage here at Bay Street. Almost said Victoria Park, John. I got so accustomed to saying Victoria Park, almost Victoria Park. But no, we're not at Victoria Park this year. There's no Victoria Park.
Probably we can say Financial Park.
But that you would give it that name. We're on the VC3 stage, and that's for certain. So we're making sure that we capture all the action for you on the V3 stage. Grenada is with us, Brooklyn, New York is with us. Good to have you all. A lot of Grenadian flags on the live stream now. Good to see that Grenada. As a matter of fact, the Grenadian CDC team was here the last couple of days, and they were here. Well, they're actually still here, I understand, and so too are those from the Crop Over Festival Committee in Barbados. So there are at least 2 regional countries who are taking notes. They're here to promote their festivals, but they're also taking notes.
Just to mention as well,
their packages as well.
Just to mention as well, Colvin, the road match winner of the Grenada last Carnival was here on Saturday night in Victoria Park performing his songs.
And of course, we can't forget that we got Dominica locked on. We got Brian and Dominica. Good afternoon, Brian. We can't forget Nova Scotia. We got Toronto. We got New Jersey locked on to the sound of the nation. We've got Toronto. We've got Nova Scotia. We've even got Copenhagen locked on to the sound of the nation.
All over the world, Cassius. And as we come to you now, we're seeing live visuals. Our remote team is on the road. I believe they are on the other side of the street. Yes, I'm not sure which one of the bands we're looking at here. I believe this is a video from Mirage Productions. We're going to have a closer look now. Yes, so this is, of course, coming from on the other side of Kingston, the other side of where we're located. That's just in front of... let me see, just in front of Bunpan building thereabout. That's where that particular shot is coming from, that looking at on your television screens. And of course, we continue to report to you from our location on Bay Street. That's outside the financial complex. I can tell you on this side of Kingstown that the truck is moving closer, that we mentioned earlier. It's past the Heritage Square region, and it's heading down to a broadcast point. Soon and very soon, we'll switch our cameras to that shot in front of the financial complex, where you'll get to see in full living color. We hope to have Sinead taking a bit of a time to chat with some of the masqueraders as well at some point, and we'll get a bit more of an immersive experience. Johnny is also down underground, as we like to say. We're on the stage still here on Bay Street, and Cassius will be somewhere around as well. The speakers are moving closer to us. You're looking at shots here on your television screens from just in front of the Bunpan building region. That's where our remote camera is located, and that's where you're seeing those visuals from at the moment. So we ask that you stay with us. Thanks again to our sponsors for the broadcast, National Lotteries Authority and the Carnival Development Corporation, the CDC, and at the location we're at just outside of the financial complex. We'll continue to bring you coverage from here. Thanks to our sponsors for the refreshments. We can't forget them. KFC, Cost Cabs, and Vincent Brewery Limited, and the Subway, all part of the broadcast today. Cost Cab is also making sure that we are titled mentioned as well. Cost Cab SVG Limited are very much part of our broadcast this afternoon. And on the television end, we can't forget to say hello to our friends from Flow, who are joining us in making sure that the visuals, that the live stream is possible, that what you're viewing on 114 is possible. I see Sinead. Sinead, are you ready? Sinead is geared up and ready for us. Sinead of VC3 Television will shortly move into location. You'll be competing with the music, I'll tell you, Sinead, so just in case you're not hearing yourself, you know, we're hearing you. But it's mass on the streets of Kingston. We expect to see the bands come around a few times, so from time to time you will hear us describe pretty much a similar appearance of the mass, but there are things we may not notice in the first pass that we will notice in the second pass, so we'd want you to stay with us during the course of the broadcast. The truck is getting closer, and pretty soon we'll have some of the mass, hopefully not all of the masqueraders at the same time on our stage, because we want to make sure that our equipment stays in place for this broadcast. Just in the distance, there's another truck that started up there and is creating a bit of a confusion with the music there, but I hope that you're still able to hear me. And yes, it was rather quiet a few minutes ago, but that has since changed. The truck is now moving ever so slowly down. The truck is just in front of the Computex building and moving down right now, approaching our broadcast point. And sooner rather than later, the truck will be right in front of us, and we'll be competing for your attention with the music of the trucks. But it's all mass. It's mass on the streets of Kingstown. The colors, the vibrancy, the energy that we're seeing today. Yes, we don't have a lot of mass. We're not seeing any big costumes, any king and queens of the bands on the road. We're not seeing any of those grand pieces as we usually do. But we still have mass on the road, and that's the important part. We have mass on the road, relatively small presentations, but nevertheless, the colors, the explosion of colors, and you could definitely see the work that went into ensuring that, you know, there were pieces on display, despite the fact that there's no judging this year, because there's actually no judging for the mass bands, just to let you know that. Where we're located, some people would have mistaken us for the judges, but no, they're not judges. We're not judges. We're just doing commentary as we progress, and we're just making sure that you have a good idea as to what's happening on the road. I see a banner somewhere behind that truck, trying to figure what is I think we've seen this one already, subject to correction, but maybe they've already lapped the other bands and came back down. Just waiting to see the banner. I'm not sure if Sinead can see the name of the, I believe this is it Blondie Boat coming back down here again? We'll have to wait to see. Yeah, Software on Fire is the name of the presentation there. Yes, I'm seeing the banner now. So they've come back around, they've lapped one of the bands. The other bands, maybe they're not quite ready as yet. So what we're having is the earlier bands coming around, going around Kingstown, coming back down and lapping the others before they even get on the road. And that appears to be happening now. Soon we will hear from the other members of the broadcast team. The truck is getting closer to us. Software on Fire, Players, yes, it's Players International. I suspected that was Players, and Players is again coming back for another trip around the town, as they like to say, another round around Kingstown, and the truck is very close to us now, and we're seeing a bit more of a mix and mingle happening there, not the organization we saw when Players came around the first time, but I believe they'll be making use of the stage this time. I'm not sure if they used the stage when they came around the last time. A few of the bands went straight across and didn't quite utilize the stage.
No, Colvin.
Colvin, that's SVG Players International, who passed before, made a lap around town. Sections like Ash in the Air, or Ash in the Block, Lava Flow. There are individual or junior section, Lava Flow, and a section of the band, Pyroclastic Throws, making a second lap around town. SVG Players International, Software on Fire.
And as we did mention, we'll have quite a lot of that as the bands are going around Kingstown. There's no Victoria Park, so we'll see the bands come around a few times. Maybe we'll get to notice things that we didn't notice before when they come back around. Some of them didn't cross the stage, so maybe this time they'll get to cross the stage so that our viewing audience can have a closer look, and maybe we can have a chat with a few of those involved with those particular bands. All right, so they've been given instruction to come on the stage, the VC3 stage, that's right in front of the financial complex. So yes, so Sinead, get yourself ready. We'll be checking the video once you could grab one of those masqueraders for us. But the truck is coming closer to us, so you're not going to hear us for a bit.
Now the thing is right, Calvin and Johnny. I could be wrong, but it seems like these guys have amassed extra people along the way. And the band has got bigger.
So once again,
at least that's what it looks like to me.
this is Players International.
And, we got a question
with our
from some of
presentation
the,
for 2022.
spectators wondering if they're entering the park. So we got to
Suffering on fire. So as we descend on this stage right now,
Let me out, just let me out.
go down, driver.
Let me out,
Ease down.
just let me out.
Ease down.
Let me out,
Pick up the one of platinum songs over this right
let me
now.
out.
Pick up all yourself.
Come in, man. Let me out of the pen. We going crazy again. Let me out of the pen. We going crazy again. How do you? Me knows that's you. How do you? Me knows that's you. Let me out, just let me out. Let me out, just let me out. Let me out, just let me out. Let me out, just let me out.
Hold it right there, Crash. Hold it right there.
We out of the pen.
Hold it right there.
Going crazy again.
Yes, yeah.
We out of the pen. We going crazy again.
So masqueraders as we descend on this stage right now,
How do you?
with our presentation Super on Fire.
Let me out of the pen. We going crazy again. Let me out of the pen. We going crazy again.
There we go. Hold on, Crash. Hold on, Crash. Stay with me.
Show me like this. Show me like this.
So SVG Players International rung for a second time around Kingstown, and a single masquerader on stage, a junior masquerader from who appeared at Junior Carnival on stage and enjoying herself, certainly enjoying herself and jigging to the music of the sound system just ahead of us here. And we have the prominent song there, the unmistakable voice of the reigning soca monarch, both raga and power soca categories, Deroy Fireman Hooper, who is getting quite a lot of airplay, quite a lot of play on the road at various events, and another strong contender for the road match. The junior section, they're now coming back on stage with us and quickly making an appearance. Some persons are gathering in front of the VC3 stage to have a look, to have a few photos, and to get a closer view of what is happening on stage. I'm not sure if Sinead is able to grab anybody just yet. They're passing by so quickly, and they'll be given instructions to quickly make their way on stage.
Yes, yes, yes. Masqueraders again, enjoy yourself.
Let me out, just let me out. Let me out.
I'll tell you, this is Players International.
Let me out, just let me out.
Super on Fire.
Let me out of the pen.
So what?
We going crazy again.
How we go?
Let me out of the pen. We going crazy again.
How we do?
Me know that's true. How do you? Me know that's true. Let me out of the pen. We going crazy again. Let me out of the pen. We going crazy again. Let me out. Let me out. Let me out this year. Show me like this. Show me like this.
So we have some more masqueraders coming on stage now.
What is her?
This is from SVG Players International. Suffering on Fire. The junior sections, Ash in the Place and Lava Flow. This is Lava Flow that you're looking at right now. And we have another group of masqueraders, the adults who are lined up to come on stage. This is the junior section that appeared at Junior Carnival. That's here. They're enjoying themselves. The adults are coming up shortly, and the name of that section, Lava Flow. Here comes the Lava Flow again for a second appearance on the VC3 stage.
On the stage, what was it?
So we have having some assistance in making sure that we don't have too many masqueraders on the stage at any given time. Of course, a very small stage that is designed for not a lot at any given time. So making sure this time that we got proper use of the stage. The masqueraders are certainly enjoying themselves, that's for sure. This is Lava Flow, and you see the colors there, the orange and the red and the flames that are coming up from the costumes. And while we're having the flames, we're having a bit of a heat from the sun peeking out ever so often and providing us with a bit of sunshine shimmering off of the costumes. The name of the presentation, Soufre on Fire. I'm not sure the name of the adult section in this particular band, but I can tell you the presentation, Soufre on Fire. This is part of that presentation. So there we go, SVG Players International, Soufre on Fire, as the truck moves away from our broadcast point. And in the distance, another truck. I believe this is a band coming for a second lap. SVG Players International presentation, Soufre on Fire.
People say that we shopping.
Players, there we go.
So as the band goes past us and we see another band coming down, still a bit loud, so wait for that truck to move further away so that you can at least hear us momentarily. A very small band, it's not a very large band, but what I can tell you is that they're certainly having fun. I think Johnny got to have a second look. He had a first look earlier on and he had a second look. Maybe you picked up some things that you didn't see before, I don't know.
Yeah. So what I noticed is one of the things I said I was disappointed in earlier. I missed the junior queen pieces. They're there.
The big mass.
Yeah. Now, not big, but at least the effort to go the extra, because I know they have pieces like that around, you know, and it was good to see that, yeah, this band actually brought them out. They're there. They probably didn't compete it or probably did, but we are making a show in 2022 to show that, yeah, Vincymas is still alive and we're still very much in the thing when it comes to cultural representation and presentation. And I am really, really happy to see that there are a few junior pieces in this, what we call the junior big mass. It was good. It was good. Nice use of the traditional pieces. Nice play on the colors for the new age mass, if we can call it that. Yeah, a good showing from this band.
All right, and yes, we are waiting the next mass band to come down. Sinead, you didn't quite get to chat with them. They were passing by so quickly, and I think the truck was really, really loud. But your impressions on what you've seen thus far, you've been observing a little bit before we heard from you. Your impressions?
I think given all that we went through for the last 2 years, it's good to see the mass bands out. They're relatively small in comparison to what we see from time to time, but it's a good experience. I'm happy that everyone is out, the masqueraders are enjoying themselves, you know, civilians are coming out to enjoy the mass, so it's good.
All right, and we are seeing another band. Well, what we are seeing now is pretty much a lap. The bands went around before when we just started. We haven't seen Oxygen come back around though.
No, I don't
I think they probably took a pit stop somewhere on the other side.
Yeah.
And they're waiting for the others, maybe for some company on the road, because it's going to be a long afternoon.
Yeah, but Oxygen is really a party band, so we might not see them back.
We may not see them again.
Stay somewhere and park.
Yeah, they because of the timing, because as you realize, we got started very late. By the time Oxygen, and they were the first one, by the time Oxygen started, it was about 20 past 12 thereabout. And now, what time is it? We're moving by quickly, and before we know it, we'll be losing. It's already after 3.
Right.
It's already 3 minutes after 3, and we're still waiting on one or two of the bands. We haven't seen them. Maybe they've decided that they're not coming around this side. We don't know. Or maybe it's a case that they're having their party in their little confined area, their base. Right behind us is where Mirage is based, so behind us we'll hear a bit of music later on as they come back and they settle in and they have their little after party and cool down that happens whenever mass is finished. Some of them will go around Kingstown and enjoy themselves several times. That's mass.
Right, but it's really good to see the mass bands out this year. It's really, I love the state, I love the creativity. I think it's excellent. You know, they did the best given the circumstances, so we just should enjoy it.
Yes. And we've heard a number of the contenders. Which one of the songs that you've heard so far that you see, you hear getting a lot of play on the road? I mean, this is not the determining factor, the only determining factor for the road match, but this is part of it. In terms of the songs that you've been hearing in a heavy rotation during the course of the afternoon.
I would have to say Kenny, The Call. I've been
Call.
hearing that a lot, yeah.
Yes, absolutely correct. And I wanted you to say it because you were there just on the listening side for a bit. And I see Donnie nodding. I see the Kemi has been, and I'm hearing it in the distance. You can hear it. One of the trucks, there's actually a bit of a little musical confusion here because I'm hearing one truck, another truck, and there's another one all the way at the top. But one of them is actually playing Kemi right now.
Right. His song has been in heavy rotation on me. Because I came to song yesterday from Monday Band and his song was playing a lot. So I think he might be the top contender of the road match this year. So
Kemi, certainly a contender. So we have a list of them now. we have The Call, which is a band from Kemi. We also have the one from Fireman Hooper, which I heard in the rotation a while ago. Grabber Finesse has been in heavy rotation as well. I haven't heard, I know I've been hearing the Datsy Speed, but I haven't heard it quite a lot for some reason so far for the afternoon.
Really nice.
Yes, and it's a song that I got a lot of play yesterday on the road on the afternoon, but this afternoon, you know, I'm actually hearing some older music from one of the trucks all the way up at the top.
Yeah, the one that's coming down right now.
So it's mass on the streets of Kingstown. Welcome you wherever you are. Let us know rather where you're viewing from. Thanks to our sponsors, National Lotteries Authority, and we can't forget our friends at the Carnival Development Corporation, COSCAB, SVG Limited, and Flow, who's making sure that you have the visuals on your television screens, on your mobile devices, on your computers, whatever it is, your TV boxes. They're making sure that you're having the visuals, thanks to Flow as well. thanks to the refreshment providers for this afternoon. We have with us Coscab SVG Limited, Subway, and we also have with us KFC and also our good friends who are providing us with limited. Thanks to all of our refreshment providers for stepping in this afternoon, making sure that our team is hydrated while we bring you the coverage here on VC3 Television, 114 on the various pages, NBC Radio, VC3 TV, the Agency for Public Information, and we can't forget those who are listening by way of 107.5 and 90.7 FM. Another truck is coming down, and shortly you'll be losing the clarity of our audio, as of course we'll be competing with some very heavy sound system for your ears. So we'll just allow the music trucks to pass so that we can take in a bit of the music that is being played on the truck. Maybe from what you're hearing you can decipher who might be taking home the road march. This being one of the main points where they judge for the road march winner. Not the only one, but one of them. And the deciding factor will be determined during the course of the afternoon, as this is the final event for Vincymas 2022. It's not being judged, there's no judging happening, but I can tell you that what is happening is the fun element. Masqueraders are enjoying themselves, that is for certain. The truck is coming, and we see some masqueraders coming down just behind this music truck here. Trying to see, I think the banner disappeared from behind this one. Sinead, are we able to tell this? I'm not sure which one of the bands.
I think it's High Voltage. I'm not.
I think we've seen them before for sure.
Okay,
Yes, this looks like High Voltage. Let me just check my list here. Yes, I believe you're correct. I believe this is High Voltage. I'm not sure what happened to their to their banner. Sinead, so we were right, it's actually High Voltage. It's indeed High Voltage. And I know they brought pandemic and vaccination as their junior sections this year. And their presentation is COVID in Carnival. COVID in Carnival. I see veteran Calypsonian Grandly Iper Constance, a member of this band, it appears. Yes, and he's certainly entertaining himself, enjoying himself, as we have a section from High Voltage crossing the VC3 stage here at Bay Street, on Bay Street. They're certainly enjoying themselves, Sinead.
Yeah, I think they're taking the opportunity because they're not in Victoria Park and they want to cross the stage, so they're crossing the stage right now.
And this is the stage experience that they're getting. A very, very small stage compared to the one at the Victoria Park, but it's still a stage.
Right, I think they're really grateful for it, they're enjoying it, they're willingly coming up to cross the stage, so you know.
And young and old enjoying this band. I see varying age groups. We see the Tiny Tots of the junior section, and we see the more mature masqueraders also enjoying themselves on stage, on our mini VC3 stage here at Bay Street in Kingstown. I see the sun has disappeared for a bit. Hopefully it's not an indication of rain, because we really can't take any rain right now. But I can tell you that mass is moving on stage. Maybe we'll be able to grab one or two of those masqueraders, Sinead, later on. They seem to be quite dodgy today. I'm not sure. Maybe it's the road.
Yeah, they're probably just want to enjoy, you know, jumping in the band, having fun, drinking.
Colvin, not to sound silly, but was that Blondie Bird and Friends?
No, that's High Voltage.
High Voltage.
Yes, that was High Voltage mass band cast. Yes, they didn't have their banner, so I think that's why there was a little bit of wondering there as to who passed by.
Yeah, because I just saw some Blondie Bird and Friends mass tent members.
I think some of them are on. Remember, it's not being judged, so there are a few of them who are mixed in between of the various sections that are crossing the stage here today. And I believe that Blondie may not be too far up the road. That's why you're seeing some of them walking ahead of their respective band and sections and coming down to a stage, the VC3 stage here in front of the financial complex here in Kingstown. But it's mass, and mass in living color on the streets of Kingstown, on your television sets, on your mobile devices, on your computer screens, whichever device you're using. We are glad to be touching you here this afternoon. Continue to send us your location, where you're viewing from. We really want to hear from you. We really want to hear, or see rather, where you're looking at. Let me see. We have Jacqueline is there and enjoying as well. Someone says, nice for a change, no Victoria Park. St. Kitts and Nevis is with us. Good afternoon to you, Inez in St. Kitts and Nevis. Glad to have you on board. And someone is reinforcing the fact that it's good that they're outside of the Victoria Park this afternoon. King Austin, good afternoon to you. Glad to have you on board.
We got Jocelyn in Toronto.
Yes, yes. I see the chairman of the CDC here. I'm not sure if we can grab him for a bit. Yes, maybe we can grab Mr. Ricky Adams for a bit here. Good day to you, and see that you're enjoying yourself.
I'm having a wonderful time. It is so much of a blessing to be back on the road for Vincymas 2022.
Despite this, the uncertainties of what was happening with Vincymas 2022 and what you're seeing here today on the road, on the streets of Kingston, what are your impressions?
Well, as you know, we only decided that we would do this in March. So the bands were hard pressed to bring costumes together. And I think that they've done really well. We've got like over 10 mass bands on the road. People are having a wonderful time. We're actually seeing some mass bands coming with the level of creativity that we expect out of the mass fraternity. So I think really, as I said, it's a blessing, and we're really very happy that we're able to do this, because had we gone another year without this, I mean, I don't know what our creative industry would have been like.
And despite the circumstances, and we were able to pull off Vincymas in such a short period of time this year, what do you think would happen for 2023, now that we've seen that it's still with us? What are your expectations for next year? This is the last day really of Vincymas 2022.
Well, I think the issue is this year is going to teach us again how to do it. We didn't do it for 2 years. So all the little mistakes we made this year, we'll rectify them. And next year, 2023, we're going to start planning immediately after this is done. By tomorrow, we're going to start planning. We've already put out the dates for 2023. So it's going to give us an opportunity to really focus on bringing Vincymas again to the world.
All right, but I see you enjoying yourself, so I'll let you run now. Enjoy the rest of Vincymas 2022, and all the best to you and your team at the CDC.
All right, have a safe and wonderful Vincymas, and thank you for having me here.
Great. So the chairman of the Carnival Development Corporation, Mr. Ricky Adams, joining us on the VC3 stage here in front of the financial complex. Just in the back is the financial complex, and that's where we're posted this afternoon. Live coverage of Mardi Gras 2022 coming your way in association with the Carnival Development Corporation, the National Lotteries Authority, and our friends as well at COSCAB and Flow. Our refreshments provided by KFC, COSCAB SVG Limited, Subway, Eat Fresh, and St. Vincent Brewery Limited.
And
thanks to all of those persons. Cassius?
Colvin, Ricky epitomizes you have to be in it to win it, huh?
He's certainly involved. He's in it. There's no winning this year because there's no judging, but he's certainly in it, that's for sure.
But as a BND chairman, he puts a light as in, I'm not just the chairman, I'm also a participant.
Yes, and for those who are familiar with Ricky, you'd know that he's always been a masquerader. I saw a picture, a very old picture of him from many years ago, enjoying himself in one of the bands as well. So it's nothing new for Ricky. He's taken the position as chairman of the CDC, but still has that involvement in mass. Johnny?
His father as well, Colvin and Cassius, the late Doc Adams, was also a masquerader here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Just to remind persons that you're listening to live coverage of Mardi Gras on the streets of Kingstown on NBC, the 107.5 and the 90.7 FM, and www.nbcsvg.com. Of course, we're joined on the live stream at VC3 with the good of the National Lotteries Authority supporting sports and culture here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines and the CDC, the Carnival Development Corporation. We just heard from the chairman of the CDC, Mr. Ricky Adams. And of course, we can't do a long live coverage without some refreshments and something to eat. And of course, we have to big up Subway, Eat Fresh, the St. Vincent Brewery Limited, Coscab, SVG, and KFC fried chicken. We are waiting the next band coming down the road. I'm not too sure if it's a band that passed us before,
yes,
Alvin.
I believe so. They're looking quite familiar. The pieces are looking familiar, but I'm subject to correction, so let's wait and see what comes down. But yes, Johnny, I see you're really enjoying that finger-licking chicken.
2 pieces, just a touch of spicy chicken from KFC.
Yes.
Couldn't manage the entire packet of fries.
Oh, they give you too much.
I'm not a big eater, Colvin. I'm not a big eater.
All right. All right, Johnny P. Well, the truck is getting closer.
As Donny. I'm not as a eater.
Please leave Donny alone. I'm begging for Donny this time. But yes, I think Donny may have had a few Subways, a few footlongs, not sure. But all of that is mass, and we are Tuesday. It's Tuesday, Carnival Tuesday, Mardi Gras, and that's mass here at Bay Street, on Bay Street in Kingstown. No Victoria Park today. I see the comments every so often popping up. We're not getting anything from Victoria Park this year. That's the question. No, there's no Victoria Park. Masqueraders are not being judged, so they enjoy themselves on the streets of Kingstown. Another truck coming down here, and the truck looks very familiar. I think this one passed by a couple hours ago, hour and a half or so ago. Johnny, the truck looks familiar because it's well painted up in front. I know I did see that truck before. Donnie is not in because yes, he saw that as well. But we have our mobile team, a mobile cameraman who's heading up to get a closer view of the truck that's lined up in the distance, just in front of the buildings on the reclamation site. The geese shed area, there's a truck all the way up there, Heritage Square region. They as well lined up to come down. So we'll have more mass before we know it. Lynx Mass Band, I think, is the one with the truck here, Johnny. Lynx Mass Band.
Yes, and actually they won the thing of the Band of the Year in 2019, Lynx Mass. This year they're doing the GT Enterprises Extreme FM Lynx Mass Band Lynx. I'll try to find the band leader to chat with us for a while, but in the meantime we look at the first section coming down the street just outside the court as we bring to you Mass on the streets of Kingstown, Mardi Gras 2022, with the good wish of the National Lotteries Authority and the Carnival Development Corporation.
And also in association with COSCAB, and for the television end, our friends at Flow also making coverage possible here on the various platforms. Yes, it's Mass on the streets of Kingstown. The truck is getting closer, so we're taking a bit of the truck music for a minute or two.
One, forget them. We put it from the floor. Put it by the exclusive sounds.
Ezzy is here. Ezzy, who has been full-time with the CDC in recent time, and he's part of the marketing of the show, all the various shows I should say. Ezzy, good afternoon, and I see you're all decked out and part of the action here. Ezzy Roberts, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you and the team of NBC Radio. Always doing coverage, supporting everything that's national.
Right, and VC3 as well, who's with us live on the road. Tell us about your experience on the road today. It's been 2 years since we've had Vincymas, and I see that you're well decked out in your costume, and you must have had quite an experience on the road.
Well, my Carnival experience has been a great one every time we come to Mardi Gras. I normally enjoy the whole of Carnival, but I really personally look forward to the Tuesday being on the road. I mean, despite we having a scale-back version of Carnival this year, I still see masqueraders, despite the low numbers in terms of masqueraders in each band. We are still seeing persons enjoying themselves and having a great time on the road today, and that's really pleasing for me.
All right, well, you continue, but before you go though, because of what you've seen here for this year, what do you think are some of the things that you would build upon for 2023, being that, you know, we had a bit of a scaled-down festival for 2022?
Well, certainly in terms of mass, right away I will tell you that the bands are looking forward to producing a full-scale carnival next year, once permission is granted for us to do so. The band this year held back in terms of production because they had to create limited numbers to meet the minimum requirements as set out by the CDC. Some bands did more and were able to sell more costumes. There are persons last minute who wanted costumes, but they weren't able to because the band didn't produce in the great numbers that they usually do. But we know come next year, by the grace of God, once we're given a full-scale carnival permission, then we're going to see the streets of Kingston at this time will be filled with masqueraders.
All right, Ezzy, you do enjoy the rest of Vincymas 2022, and we look forward to what 2023 has in store.
Yeah, man. Thanks a lot, and continue the great works. Thank you.
Great. Johnny, I think you have someone with us, someone with you rather. Go ahead.
Yes. Mr. Good afternoon to you. How are you doing?
Good afternoon, Johnny P. On to all the listeners, NBC Radio.
And viewers of VC3 as well.
Okay.
Tell me your Mardi Gras 2022.
Well, I have been privileged to see most of the masquerade bands. And I find that despite our lack of time and space, we have done well.
Right.
And I want to give a lot of credit to costume bands like Melbourne Artisans, because the consensus is that if we had a competition this year, Melbourne Artisans would have won Band of the Year. They are just the unofficial Band of the Year winners in 2022. Melbourne Artisans.
People been asking Mr. Raggy, why no judging this year? What's the reason for that?
Well, we are coming out of a pandemic. Indeed, we are still in the throes of the COVID-19 pandemic. And we took a decision based on the fact that we saw that time would have caught up with us, and with the lack of space, the lack of tent space, it meant that we really couldn't build costumes such as the king and the queen, the junior kings and the junior queens. Right. Therefore, at a meeting in November, the Carnival Bands Incorporated took the decision not to hold a competition in 2022. And the Carnival Development Corporation was informed in December when there was a retreat.
As the band get closer, we probably might be drowned out in a short while. What give persons the encouragement to come down still to see and view on the streets of
that at the effort made by matchmakers this year. So I have had that feeling expressed to me as I walk the streets of Kingston this afternoon. And I believe that there's still some mass to see. I would want all conventions, all visitors to come out and look at the mass so that they will have an idea, have a preview of what we will do, what the Carnival bands will do in 2023.
Thank you very much. You all the best.
Yeah, Johnny P. All the best to you and to NBC and
Pure Reggae, Kingstown as we bring to you live coverage of Mardi Gras 2022 of Kingston on radio and VC3.
Johnny, this is Tribes Mass Band that's just next to you there where you're standing. They're getting ready to cross the stage now. A few masqueraders from the band that just passed us are now crossing the VC3 stage. I think they crossed the stage before, but they're making sure that they make use of the stage here. The only stage that they'll be crossing today, there's no big stage at Victoria Park to cross this year, so it's all happening on the VC3 stage. That's the center of attention right now in capital city Kingston, and coverage coming your way across the various platforms of NBC Radio, VC3 Television, and Agency for Public Information platforms, channel 114.
And she let me know that she's not from St. Vincent. Where are you from? And you came to Vincymas. What has your experience been like? Lovely, great, exciting, fun, nice. Is this your first time in St. Vincent for Vincymas?
No, it's not in St. Vincent, but I live in Barbados. But the experience coming back from us so long, it's really, really good.
All right, then well, enjoy your time on the road.
All right, thank you.
COVID in the marketplace is the name of the presentation here at Bay Street in Kingston. And of course the masqueraders are enjoying themselves. The junior sections that they had at Victoria Park for Junior Carnival, we had their fruits and red snapper, and we have some adult sections on parade here on the streets of Kingston this afternoon. And the presentation rising above COVID in the marketplace.
I will enjoy it because you know when it can happen again, you don't know it might happen in the future time. So I enjoy it now. You know what I mean? Alright, then have fun on the road. Same to you too. Yeah.
Coming on stage at Colvin to meet you is the Tribes Mass Band rising above COVID in the marketplace. 1, 2, 3, 4 sections, Colvin, coming close to you. Of course, the June Carnival we saw last Saturday, the portrayal, the market vendor, and sections the band on Sunday night, Banana. Now we are waiting the second section of Tribes Mass Band rising above COVID in the marketplace as we bring live coverage of Mardi Gras on the streets of Kingston on NBC Radio and VC3 Television.
Yes, and I see the band leader keenly looking on Fernando Serio, who's been involved with Tribes Mass Band, leading my Tribes Mass Band for the last couple of years. He's looking on as his junior masqueraders enjoy themselves on stage. I believe this is the fruits section. Yes, I believe this is fruits. We have Red Snapper. Yes, Red Snapper is lined up right next to the band leader there, just in front of you, Johnny P. There's Red Snappers, and you can't mistake those costumes. They're very clearly fish related, as the headpieces are some red snappers. So the junior masqueraders on stage now enjoying themselves. Fruits is the name of this presentation on stage at the moment, and shortly we'll see the other masqueraders coming in from this mass band, Tribes mass band. Here comes Red Snapper. Red Snapper is the next mass section rather, you're seeing coming to you right now. Here comes Red Snapper.
Calvin, coming your way is White Sorrel. White Sorrel from the band Tribe Mass, rising above the COVID in the marketplace. Coming your way, dominated by white, silver, and green, all-female section, White Sorrel.
White Sorrel, yes, I was wondering, that looked familiar. The headpieces were certainly an indication of something around that, and now you've cleared it up. White Sorrel.
Green.
I see,
you're accustomed to the Red Sorrel. Calvin, you're accustomed to the Red Sorrel.
Yes, the Red Sorrel is what I'm accustomed to. I'm seeing the band leader there, Fernando Serio, just ensuring that his masqueraders are having fun, but I think he's closer to you, Johnny.
The man behind the Tribes Mass Band, you're live on VC Radio, live on VC3. Tell us about your presentation, Tribes Mass Band, rising above COVID in the marketplace.
Well, we just, as the theme said, we're rising above it after 2 years away from Carnival. We're happy to be back on the streets of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We just portraying various items from the marketplace. We have the white sorrel, we have the bananas, we have the snapper, we also have the bananas and the fruits, right? So we just portraying some of this stuff to get back after COVID.
Tell me a little bit about the banana you did on stage on Sunday night for a section of the band.
Yeah, it was wonderful. We got some great reviews, and they told us if we were competing, we'd have won. You know, so it was a great idea, and we love it. Yes.
And of course, you would encourage persons to play with Tribes next year, 2023.
Yeah, next year we come in with a wonderful presentation, better than this year, and we're hoping to get more persons. We had plus 20 people who came. Even today, 4 people came to register, and we had no space, you know, because we had a limited amount of costumes that we did. So we asked them to come back next year.
Have you conceptualized the presentation for 2023 as yet?
Not. We have 3 of them in mind. So very soon we will bring it out.
Thank you so much for chatting with us on NBC Radio and NBC3. All the best. Oh, thanks.
That's right, and it's mass on the streets of Kingston right now. Johnny, what we've noticed is quite a lot of folks have come out now late in the afternoon to see the mass on the streets. They're lining the streets along the reclamation site here. We didn't see that many persons looking on, but now those numbers have significantly increased, Johnny. I was saying that we've had more and more persons coming in to see what's happening on the streets, and just behind you there's a large crowd there now.
Yes. So we're outside of the financial complex, just in between the financial complex and the Police Cooperative Credit Union and the Lanes Hardware. And we're bringing to you live coverage of Mardi Gras 2023 on the streets of Kingstown. If you're still at home, there's some time to come down. We still have some excitement. We still have some bands to cross. Of course, they're not judging for this year, but masqueraders, they're enjoying themselves. And right now, I have with me Miss Vicky. She's a former contestant at Miss SVG. Good afternoon to Vicky. How are you doing?
Real good. Real good. It was fantastic. They needed for all 2 years with the rest of us. Good.
So you enjoy Mardi Gras?
Yeah.
All right, then have fun on the road.
Yeah, okay.
Still keeping the shape and size since Miss SVG.
Yes, I try my best to keep up.
What would you tell persons who are home and just a few hours left of Vincymas? What would you tell the folks at home?
You can just come out and look on. It's a good vibe.
With us?
Right.
That's Vicky. She's former SVG contestant. Still looking good, still looking young. Join the masqueraders outside of the financial complex.
How long have you been waiting?
The journey, yes.
To be honest, I was exactly waiting because nothing lasts long. Understand? Including life itself. Because life itself don't last long, nothing lasts forever, including COVID. Alright then, enjoy yourself. You're welcome.
Across the stage Sunday night on the section of the band.
Oh, right.
Banana farmers.
Right. I was just about to tell you, they actually have bunches of bananas on their heads.
Colvin, sir, the sun is getting to
The sun is getting to you. Maybe you need to find some shade. But yes, you can clearly
banana
see
farmers.
The banana leaves and the bunches, some really big bunches, some of them almost ripe, Johnny. Some of them have a tinge of yellow, which means that they're about to ripe. Some of them are green and they're carrying the bunches quite easily,
has already
effortlessly.
Been cut off. The bunch.
I didn't hear you.
It's already been cut.
Yes, you're breaking up a bit, but yes, they've already been cut from the trees, from the stems, and maybe they're a bit lighter now. And I don't think so, but they're being carried quite effortlessly by the masqueraders. Cassius, your thoughts, your impressions on this particular section?
Like I was about to say, I think the banana impression, it is a very big impression because you get the idea that they're actually talking about bananas, whether it be green bananas, ripe bananas, almost ripe bananas. But I have to cut this quick because up on stage we have Jungle Fever.
Mutex International, this is another mass band, very small mass band, mind you. But they're having fun, that's what's important.
That's excellent.
What's interesting though is the ages though.
Yeah, these are some, probably some 7.
Mardi Gras, how are you feeling?
I'm ecstatic. Ecstatic, and it's my brother mass band. So I'm happy for him. I think he did an awesome job. Kudos to him, come bro.
How are you feeling?
Oh, great. Wonderful. After 2 years, oh, it's wonderful.
Even better because his sister came to visit him. So, hey, icing on the cake. You can't ask for nothing better than that. Thank you, guys.
All right, thanks a lot. All right.
International mass band, and this one made an appearance at the Junior Carnival 2022. Hunters, yes, Hunters. And the next one is Wildflowers. We see some male and female flowers in this next section. The Hunters are all male section, but the Wildflowers, female predominantly, but there's some males in between.
Almost looking like lemongrass.
Almost looking like lemongrass. Well, that's an interesting observation. Yes, the green gives you an appearance. I think one of the headpieces look to be aloe, if you look clearly.
What do you guys want to say?
Hi, Miss Miller.
Hi, Miss Miller. Miss Miller is the teacher. Okay. What do you guys want to say?
Carnival good. Hello guys, big up to all of the girls in the wall and everybody. Everybody get good living. And bless up God. It should stay from now till next week.
Falls on the floor because as much as they're juniors, they're really packing a punch with their energy and creating quite a storm on stage. You see all the smiles of the onlookers in front. I see one of the masqueraders. Someone is giving her instruction. Tell her which side to go.
Calvin, I have the lady behind Mutex International, Miss Paul Williams.
Yes. I think she's trying to catch this section so they can go on stage quickly. Yes, so, because she's doing double duty today.
Yeah, double duty with Paul this afternoon. So tell me about the Hunters Jungle.
Good afternoon to St. Vincent. Happy Carnival. You know, this year, it's 3 years we're not on stage and we decided to come with something exciting and different. As you can see, the night section, people went crazy in the park and they're still going crazy. We tried to cover up our little girls, be very creative. Our colors are very bright and different. And we decided to let the girls jump with something that, you know, that they can move with rather than something heavy. Yes.
Tell me about grass and roots.
Okay, so the grass and roots are grass. You know, you go to the jungle, what is on stage, you see in the grass and roots. This headpiece is literally grass from real grass, if you look at the headpieces. The green represents, we have little parrots and everything. Yeah. So I have to run, okay?
All right, no problem. That's Paul Williams, and she's the leader and the person behind Mutex International. Sections like grass and roots, what we saw, wildflowers, and the hunters that the all-male group that crossed stage a while ago. Calvin coming here is wildflower.
Yes, Johnny. There's a flood of masqueraders in front of me, male and female, though mostly appear to be female. But I'm sure there are a few males in the mix of things here on stage with us. The VC3 stage in front of the financial complex, and what I can tell you is that they're certainly having fun, Johnny, and that's evident here at on the VC3 stage, making sure that they enjoy every bit of it. Making sure that persons get their photos and their pictures and their videos and all of that, and every moment of the stage is being utilized here by the masqueraders. Yes.
I would not to exchange places with you, Calvin.
Why not?
I am solid on the concrete.
Yeah. I'm moving with the mass bands, you know. I'm here holding down my television monitor.
I say that should accommodate us.
But it's sturdy. It's sturdy. We don't have to worry about it falling. I see they were putting in quite a number of screws on the floor, so it's solid. I can tell you that it's solid, and we're good, despite it, you know, moving about somewhat as the masqueraders are passing by. Lovely mix of colors, and the sunshine is certainly adding to that whole beauty and all the shimmering of the costumes and the headpieces. Yeah, it's mass, Johnny.
It was a borderline rainbow.
It's borderline
rainbow.
Rainbow. Oh, well, it's a rainbow of colors. That's what we call it, right? But yes, it's mass, and just to remind you, we're coming to you live on VC3 television, live on NBC radio, on the various platforms, channel 114, on the pages of NBC, VC3, and of course the API pages. Thanks as well to our sponsors. We can't forget our sponsors. Without them, we would not have been able to bring this event live to you at this point in time. Thanks to our sponsors, the National Lotteries Authority, the Carnival Development Corporation, CDC, and COSCAB SVG Limited for partnering with us to bring us this, bringing this event live. Flow for facilitating the live feed from our location here and on your television screens. Thanks to our refreshment providers, making sure that we are well hydrated, and that of course we have what we need to make sure that we're sustained here with meals, the KFC, Subway, COSCAB, St. Vincent Brewery Limited, all of those involved. I see the CEO of the CDC has just come onto our stage here, so maybe I could just grab him quickly while we're live. He's just walking into a frame. Maybe you can go over on this side. Mr. Ashford Wood is no stranger. We've heard his name. Well, we hear his name every year for Carnival.
And I hear it now.
Tell us about your impressions for what you've seen on the road this year, despite the circumstances.
Okay, well, maybe I could go back a bit and tell you my impressions on Carnival.
Well, sure, go right ahead, backtrack.
When we started, we indicated that we were not looking for a great Carnival, because no need to go back into the details. We know that the suffer, the pandemic, etc., etc. What we were hoping for is a good Carnival, and I can tell you that we have had an excellent carnival. And I would really like to take this opportunity to thank all those who helped to make it what it has been. That is the CDC, the private promoters, the components, just name them, our sponsors, okay? As we all know, unless Carnival ends up in a brilliant way on Monday and Tuesday, then the persons that are going to say Carnival was good or it wasn't good. And I think what I saw on the road, Juve morning, because I was on the road, what I would have seen yesterday afternoon at the Monday band, and the little bit I have seen, because I'm not too long coming to Kingston, so far today, I want to say I'm very happy to see so many persons out and enjoying the mass. And but like I said, I've just come in, so I really can't give a proper impression of it at this moment.
All right, I see you enjoying the mass, so I'll let you go and enjoy what's happening on the road. You just arrived, so you have a lot to take in.
Right, thank you so much, man.
Enjoy the rest of 2022 Vincymas.
Yes, I certainly would.
Great, so that's the CEO of the Carnival Development Corporation, one of our sponsors for the broadcast, and also the agency responsible for undertaking such a venture, Vincymas 2022. And as you see, mass on the road is still happening. Some of the bands have gone around maybe once, maybe twice, and they're coming around again. Just at the top there, two trucks at least that I'm seeing. A smaller truck that's in front, and there's a much larger truck in the distance. I am not sure if that's Nelson Block, we'll find out. But shortly we'll get a bit of that. But we'll take you to the road for you to see what's happening. We have a few of the masqueraders getting ready to cross the stage now.
Somebody stand
I think this is Lynx, is it? No, Lynx passed already. Trying to recognize to look at the... yes, Leeward International, that's the name of the band. A very small presentation from Leeward International. We were wondering if we weren't going to see them for Vincymas this year because they were on our list. But yes, we've been told it's Leeward International that's making their presence felt with mass on the streets of Kingston right now. And they're enjoying their stage time, that's for sure. I see a tiny tot just enjoying herself right in the middle there. See the reigning Soca Monarch, Raga Power Soca Monarch, Fireman, which is he's enjoying himself, that's for sure. And we're making way for the next portion of our display here at Bay Street, on Bay Street in Kingston at the VC3 stage. And this little masquerade, I don't think she really wanted to leave the stage. I think, yes, she didn't want to leave the stage, that's for sure. So the other masqueraders took her and escorted her off the other end of the stage. But Cassius, the masqueraders are having fun.
And the thing is, you know, they're having so much fun that when they get on the stage, they don't want to leave.
That's the
they want to just enjoy themselves. And Calvin Les, apparently directing the choir of performers is the reigning Raga, Soca, and Soca Monarch King himself, Fireman Hooper.
Cassius and Calvin in Leyu. African in we're just giving the stage Masal. This one is called Zulu.
What's the name of this one, Johnny?
Z-U-L-U.
Zulu.
Zulu,
okay,
yeah.
Zulu, right. You're breaking up a bit there, Johnny. Might have to come a bit closer. But I can tell you that the masqueraders are having fun. We're moving to the music here. Right, so that's the name of the band, Zulu. And there's also the Nubian, which we saw earlier, which is the children's section. Right, and we have Masal. We saw Masal earlier as well. And Hama, Kliketat, and Zulu. Those are the sections for, thanks very much. Those are the sections for this particular band, Leeward International. They're going to Africa for Vincymas 2022.
The section on stage now from Leeward International Mass Band. As we have some competition from masqueraders on our stage, shaking and rocking the equipment.
All right, I think we lost it there for a bit, Johnny. And as the masqueraders are moving on stage, a bit of a offsetting some of our equipment here, unfortunately. So we have some more masqueraders lined up to cross the stage. And in the distance, there's another truck, and it's endless mass now. We had a lull, a break in activity, but now it's just mass and more mass. Some of them we've seen before, others we're seeing for the very first time.
Yeah. From what I saw, it would appear that Fireman Hooper was sprinkling some dust from Saturday night as they made their way across the stage. So we got the Leeward International Mass Band making their way across the stage. This is a younger crew of performers.
Yes, younger crew of performers on stage this time around. This is junior section actually. And as the band leaves the stage, we have another junior section. This one is pretty interesting, Cassius.
Which one is this?
This is which one?
Is this the Kimmy Cat?
I believe so. I believe this is another band that will look. Leeward International left us already, and I'm trying to see because I think we missed the banner. Leeward International was Africa is We, and I'm looking for the band
from what I've seen so far. I think the Leeward International, they try to get back to the African roots, where they do a lot of Eastern themed costumes.
Right.
Yeah, because this one, I think this is the Kimmy Cat. I think this is the Kimmy Cat. I'm not sure what this one is, but this one has a leopard themed costume.
Yes, this is leopard themed.
But there's a beak, so I'm not quite sure what to say this is.
For those who are viewing online, you might be able to recognize some of the things that you're seeing on your screen, some of the masks that you're seeing on screen at this time. But yes, the masqueraders are enjoying themselves, that's for certain. And there's certainly brilliant sunshine to accompany their presence on stage here this afternoon. And the enjoyment in what is happening is evident as the masqueraders, both the juniors and the seniors, are enjoying their time on the VC3 stage here in Kingstown. So we're live from Bay Street on the various platforms. We welcome you wherever you are, and thank you for being part of this broadcast. We have a next section coming on stage now. Did we see the banner for this one?
No, we didn't see a banner for this one. But this one has a pink themed. Not sure what to say this is.
Yes, the main colors in this particular one is pink and black. Those are the two dominant colors in this particular section. Section rather.
I have a member of the team who went to the park at Sunday night. The sections of the band, that's the section coming up next. Mr. Godfrey Dublin. He's also a former road match monarch, Masoka monarch. And good afternoon to you, Godfrey Dublin. How are you doing?
Good afternoon. I'm not too bad. And yourself?
I am good, actually. Tell me a little bit about your section. I know you went to the park on Sunday night for the section.
Yes, actually, it's the first time that I actually played mass because why? Since the days of touch and excellence, I've never had the opportunity. Now this is my great opportunity. I'm enjoying it.
Some persons might think that you retired from Calypso and Soca.
No, the The older the field, the sweeter the tune. I've only now begun.
Once a singer, always a singer.
Thank you so very much.
What's the name of this section again? Go. Okay, I see a section going on stage to join the masqueraders. Godfrey, all the best. So that's Godfrey Dublin, a member of the band The Touch, former Road March Monarchs, former Soca Monarch. And you can see the chip as usual, the Godfrey chip. On stage now, the section of the band from Melbourne International. Melbourne always boasts that he's been in the business for over 50 years.
Yes, he's been there for a very long time, Johnny. And we would be familiar with him from the musical scene as well, as that's where most people know him from, right?
Yes, of course.
But Johnny, I'm moving whether or not I want to move on stage. As the masqueraders are fully utilizing all the way down to the ramp.
What do you mean the masqueraders are moved?
Yeah, I'm here standing holding up pieces of equipment. So I have double duty this afternoon. Everything is shaking. The mics are shaking. The receivers are shaking. And yes, mass is moving, and that's for sure. They're having fun on the road, that is for certain. It's mass on the streets of Kingstown. The rain has not made itself present, well, save and except for a brief shower we had earlier. It's been mostly clouds, some sunshine, and then the clouds again, and good weather, I should say. Not a very strong breeze, but just a gentle breeze going across. Good weather for this type of activity, for mass on the streets of Kingstown, and the masqueraders are making the best use of it.
Okay, right now we have Mr. Andrew Homer. He's from the Leeward International Mass Band that crossed the stage a while ago. Tell us a little bit about your mass for 2022.
Well, my mass for 2022 is about Africans, and I want to unite the people and tell the people about Africa.
Give us some information on the sections.
This section, we have section number 1, which is really based on Africa United. All right? And we really want to tell the people that restore their history. That's the main thing about Africa.
Well,
newborn children. Right?
Very good. Do you have a favorite song for Carnival? Fireman.
Assuming that was the section.
And this is that section that was we saw from since ancient time, and everybody has been getting about it.
So as we got competition with the band coming down now, what would you tell persons for 2023 in terms of Leeward International? What to expect?
There's a lot to expect from Leeward International for 2023, and we hope that we have the crowd to back us. And we are expecting the best for 2022.
Thank you so much for talking with us, Andrew. All the best. All right. That's Mr. Andrew. He's the leader of the band.
All right, we found Taya, a former king of the bands. How are you feeling about Vincymas?
Yeah, good, it was good. I mean, I never missed Carnival since I born and played mass, eh?
Right.
Boucher, compose that. Did mass right through. Mother, father, brother, everybody. Mass.
Right, we didn't have any king and the queen of the bands this year. They just did sections. How do you feel about that?
Well, I miss the king. I used to play. I play the most king in Simonson. Win the most king. 7-time king. Everything. Every year I play king.
So next year we can expect you back in the competition.
Yeah, next year. If everything alright with me.
All right then. Well, enjoy the rest of your Mardi Gras.
Right.
So I guess people were just waiting for the opportune time to come out to show off their costume.
And of course, Nelson Block presentation for this year, Spirit of Carnival. Nelson Block Mass Band, Spirit of Carnival.
When the bands passed the first time, a lot of people were late then.
Correct.
Yes, yes. You saw the numbers increase as they came back around for the second time.
And of course, there are 3 junior sections. There is a section of the bands that we saw on the stage on Carnival City on Sunday night. Section of the bands called Celebration. and there are also other 2 sections, so about 5 or 6 sections for Nelson Block Spirit of Carnival 2022.
Yes, and we're hearing the truck horn, the horns I should say, because the truck in the back was just blasting its horns a while ago. And coming up, we have Nelson Block approaching our broadcast point. And a very keen observation, Donnie, with the numbers being a little bit bigger when they pass around for the second time.
Well, before we get to Nelson Block, Leeward International, so far, have you seen what they've used to make costumes? Have you seen the composite of the costumes? These guys are authentically traditional.
I have a very good friend with me, Ali Kodogan. Good afternoon to you, Ali. How are you doing? First of all, let me take my arms from around you. So it's all about Nelson Block Mass Band, Spirit of Carnival. How many sections do you have in this band today?
We have 4 sections this week.
We're live on NBC Radio and the BC3. Say hello to our viewers. So Ali Kodogan is here with us. 3 sections. Tell us about the sections.
We have 3 sections today on the street. We had 3 on Kiddies Carnival, so in all we brought 6 sections.
6 sections. What was the section for section of the bands on Sunday night? Celebrations. How did it go? How did the masqueraders enjoy themselves? You
They had fun. That's serious fun, yeah.
And what to expect for 2023 in terms of Nelson Block?
Boy, we can't wait. But like that, we can't wait. We're working on 23 right now.
Oh, so you have conceptualized what's happening in 2023?
We're working on that.
You're not going to let anything out the bag?
No.
What? Not yet. So what would you tell persons who are still home, viewing on BC3, listening on NBC Radio?
Be a part of Nelson Block next year, 2023, for the production and have fun on the road of Kingston.
So you and I have a common friend. This year would have been his birthday, this month, and also his death. What would you say for persons viewing, listening? Vincent Sosa, of course, we're talking about.
Vincent Sosa is my darling. I miss him daily. The whole of Backstreet, we played about 4 or 5 of his songs on Backstreet.
And I hope there'll be more Vincent Sosa coming.
Oh yeah, there will be more. Once I'm in charge of the truck, of course there'll be more.
Thank you very much, Ali. All the best.
You're welcome. Thanks.
So that's Ali Kodogan. She is the leader of Nelson Block. 4 sections. Of course, they're doing Spirit of Carnival for Vincymas 2022.
That's right, and we are live on the road, on the streets of Kingstown. This is Mardi Gras 2022, the final lap, the last lap, the final hurrah, the final day of Vincymas 2022. And in the distance, we have another truck moving close behind. Quickly behind that is another truck. So we're seeing them in quick succession now. And as we broadcast from our location on Bay Street in front of the financial complex, we can tell you that there's no shortage of masqueraders now at our location. Earlier on we had a bit of an extended lull in activities, but now we're back into full swing. Some of them, as mentioned earlier, when they went around for the first time, they didn't have all that many masqueraders, but as they came back around for a second time, the numbers were noticeably larger. You had more masqueraders, you had more individuals who may not have caught up with the first round, the first lap. So as the truck passes by, we may get drummed out for a bit.
Nelson Block, the presentation for 2022, Spirit of a Carnival. We're still going to say now, Junior King of the bands.
So as that truck passes by, we see Single Masquerade on stage now and another group getting ready to cross the stage. A small stage set up by BC3 Television. By no means any large stage, a big stage as they used to at the Victoria Park. And certainly a different experience for the masqueraders, having not had the benefit of the big stage at Victoria Park, but still they're enjoying every moment of it, the young and the old. I see a few familiar faces, a few mature individuals joining in and enjoying every moment of it, the young and the old. So as we have another section go past us here, another individual is making her way on stage, and clearly a butterfly dominated by pink, some wide wings attached to the back of this masquerader, and a very detailed piece, and so graciously enjoying every moment on the stage.
Junior Queen.
Yes.
And of course, her followers will come to compliment the Junior Queen.
Yes, and as
same colors, dominated by pink and silver.
And the masqueraders are enjoying themselves, Johnny.
As we get some competition from the providing the music for Nelson Block. Their portrayal for their presentation for 2022, Spirit of Carnival.
And Johnny, our location has become the center point of attraction. I'm not sure if you noticed, but the crowd in front of the stage has grown exponentially in the last couple of minutes or so, at least in the last half an hour.
You realize that I'm running from you, yeah?
I just realized that.
That area has become so congested. I'm trying to get a different vantage point to bring mass and to bring the activities and to bring the excitement from the streets of Kingston to our viewers and the listeners. Of course, viewers of BC3 television, channel 114 and NBC Radio 107.5 and 90.7 FM.
This is the last section coming here, Johnny. Is it the last section from Nelson Block?
Yes, it is.
Yes. Another section from Nelson Block with some familiar faces, male and female group here on stage at the moment.
I didn't quite get the name, but it's a mixed section, a mixed male and female, total of about 15 or so masqueraders, dominated by yellow and black and gold. The males in the yellow shorts and the ladies in black and gold two-piece bathing suit with a headpiece of gold and black and a sash-like looking piece for the men from the shoulders around the waist, and handpiece as well just above the wrist area. The ladies also have a piece wrist area, black and red, and a piece dropping down their front and back, dominated by gold and black already. Basically gold, black and yellow section. And now that's the June, that's the individual of that section coming on stage now with a sunset bottle. That's probably a sunset bottle in his hand, a large sunset bottle with a silver and blue on his back piece. That's the individual of the band for the section that went before. Black, yellow, gold, and he's added the silver, about 6 or 7 sprangs jutting backwards from his back. Enjoying himself on stage, Calvin, with a little
yes,
Poco Grande. That's the name of that glass, a Poco Grande glass on the top, stretching back to the back of his head on the back piece. That shape, that oval shape glass is called a Poco Grande glass, Calvin.
Yes, and what is happening here is pure enjoyment. As a matter of fact, the extensions coming out of this costume, I had to dodge a bit a while ago. I saw them coming towards me. You had to be very, very careful or you get poked in the side by one of the pieces coming out of this costume. But the masquerader certainly had fun, and that's the whole point of things, making sure that at the center of it you have fun while displaying the creativity of our mask makers.
One of the reasons why I left the stage, Calvin, one of the reasons why I left the stage, it has come so congested with with masqueraders, very busy, and I like to be safe, you know.
Better be
so
safe than sorry.
I'm underground at this time, Calvin.
All right, be safe down there.
Spirit of Carnival.
It's getting quite busy down there, Johnny.
Well, Calvin, this looks like
You didn't want to leave the stage? No. It's party time right now. I enjoy. I come up with my ex-brother. So, you don't know when we're on stage with everything. We're shelling it down. Everything I mash up.
And you're looking forward to next year?
Every year, don't miss it. Whatever miss it, that one in the grave.
Alright, well enjoy the rest of the year.
And same to you.
Thank you.
And always having some interesting displays. Mirage Productions. I was corrected earlier, not Mirage, the band Mirage, but Mirage Productions is the actual name of the band. So it's Mirage Productions for 2022. And the feathers are quite evident. You know the feathers. I see a few members of our team keenly observing some of the colors in this particular costume, this particular presentation on stage now. There's a section that's waiting to come up. One section is on stage now. The last time these masqueraders came on the stage, everything almost fell to the ground. So hopefully we will maintain some level of decorum with this team on stage now, and limit the numbers that are coming on, as they're certainly using the stage and enjoying the stage. Just to let you know as well that we are live on the various platforms on VC3 television, NBC radio, on television on 114, and on the Facebook pages of VC3, NBC radio, and the Agency for Public Information, the API. It's mass, and more mass on the streets of Kingstown. A large contingent rather, of masqueraders on stage now. Johnny, I'm no longer seeing you. I'm not sure where you are. You're somewhere in the mix of things there. But this masquerader.
And one thing I would always say is that Mirage has a way of merging all the colors in the spectrum. I am telling you, they've got costumes from every color that you can think about, and the feathers and the use of feathers and colors. It is awesome, it is interesting, it is amazing. So as we have all this participants, the mass members making their way across the stage, it's like if we're in Victoria Park and they're doing the do on the stage at Victoria Park, and the audience is just eating it up, and they're eating up the stage. Remember, this is NBC Radio, the sound of the nation, 107.5, 90.7 FM, API, Agency for Public Information, and of course VC3 TV. So you gotta keep it locked, to keep it connected. Stay where you are as we bring you coverage Wow.
Enjoyment on stage, that's what we call it. And it's mass and more mass from Mirage Productions 2022.
And Calvin, I'll say it again, these people are just eating up the stage. It's like they're in Victoria Park and they're crossing the big stage, making their way to letting the audience know Mirage has it going on.
Indeed, and there's no shortage of masqueraders when it comes to Mirage Productions. Definitely no shortage of masqueraders, and every moment of the stage time is being enjoyed by the masqueraders at this time. We're seeing a mix of both male and female in these sections. These sections having both a blend rather of both male and female, and Mirage being always ever so present and making sure that their mass is recognized on stage. This masquerader is entertaining a member of our team.
Listen, they're not missing an opportunity to enjoy themselves, huh? I am telling you.
Yes, and he's enjoying himself. I think for a moment he got caught up in what was happening there. But it's all in the fun. It's all part of June, July Mass, Vincymas, Mardi Gras, on the streets of Kingstown, all the way around Kingstown and back around again. That's what it's been like for the last few hours. Some of the masqueraders, we've seen them before. Others, we've seen them for the first time. Some of them joined in, as mentioned by Donnie. Along the way, it appears, some of them got really late. They're trying to recover from what happened yesterday. So they slept a bit later this morning, and as a result, they got here later.
So they missed the preliminary.
The first lap. They missed the first lap. But they had another 3 or 4 laps to do, and well into tonight, we'll have masqueraders going around Kingstown again and around again. So this cycle will continue for the next few hours, I think. Mirage Productions having 2 trucks, you just saw them pass by there, 2 trucks and a massive bar, clearly the biggest one on stage. I have with me here the Minister of Tourism, Minister of Culture. Yes, I know it's a bit loud. Minister, your impressions on what you've seen for Vincymas first of all this year and for Mardi Gras this year?
Well, we have had a really exciting period during the build-up to Carnival, a number of the rural events and activities, and of course culminating today on the road. We've had a really fantastic showing at the park, both the Pankai Mass activity, the Mardi Gras, and of course Sokamana, the largest of the activities we've had in Victoria Park this year, and quite a number of the artists and the producers. They put pen to paper, the composers, quality lyrics. And of course on the day today we are on the streets of Kingston. And within the short period of time we've had, the limited time, we've had the mass tents and the mass band leaders to put together the beautiful display of costumes we're seeing here today. And we must commend all of the mass bands for their creativity in this short period, because we weren't sure if we were going to have a Vincymas 2022. And even when we considered it initially, it was in one of the scaled-down versions of Vincymas. And then we decided we were going to have a full carnival. And within that short period of time, to bring this level of creativity out of the designers and those persons in the mass that will be working round the clock for weeks to put together what we see today. The creativity and the splendor and the display of Vincentian creativity. And I must commend all of the mass bands for this wonderful display and there's no Vincymas without the mass, and for making Vincymas what it is 2022.
All right, I'm looking forward to 2023, which should be big and better from all indications and from what the chairman said earlier on when we spoke to him.
Well, definitely, it can only be a bigger and better Vincymas 2023. This year we had somewhat, though it was a full-on carnival, some limited activity. If you notice this year, we're not doing it's not a competition for the mass bands. They're not doing any judging. And next year, quite certainly, we will have a lot more components coming through and for competition. And of course, we'll try to do a little bit better than we did this year in terms of developing the whole entire product for Vincymas. We can only go from strength to strength, and all of the persons involved in the industry, I want to thank you for your support. Vincymas is nothing without the persons involved, composers, producers, arrangers for the bands, the songwriters, the calypsonians, soca artists, and of course the mass men, but importantly the masqueraders and the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. They have really made Vincymas what it is, and I want to thank them for having us been able to realize a Vincymas 2022 when we thought that we weren't able to have one. The people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines came together and said, we are going to have one of the best carnivals. And I think after 2 years of the pandemic and the eruption of the Lasso Frey volcano, this is a testament of our resilience as a people, and our creativity came out.
All right, well, let me thank you, Minister, and do enjoy the rest of Vincymas 2022.
Excellent, and all the best to your production team. I know you've been going round the clock at some instances in the park, out here on the road today, and I want to commend all of the team at NBC Radio, but all of the broadcasters and those persons involved in the media for also showcasing our Vincentian creativity and talent.
Thank you very much, Minister James, and as I said, enjoy the rest of it. Great. So, Minister of Culture here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the Honourable Carlos James, who stopped by for a bit on our broadcast here. It's Mardi Gras 2022, and we're on the streets of Kingstown, and we hope that you'll be able to continue to follow as we bring you coverage up on the other end of the street, close to Heritage Square. We have another truck that's coming down here. Donnie, you saw for the second time Mirage Productions. What are your thoughts on the colors that you saw there?
Well, interestingly, right, what I want to say first before I comment on Mirage is that, remember earlier I complained that I wasn't getting enough of the traditional, I wasn't getting enough of the big pieces. Well, these mass bands, they outdid me. Perhaps they heard me, I doubt, but every time they came back around, they added pieces, they added elements to what was happening on the road. So when they came around the first time, the numbers weren't there. But when they came back around, perhaps the third time, they had bigger numbers, they had bigger pieces, they had more than what they started out with. So what I was lacking in the earlier parts, I said, hey, these guys came out, they delivered, and I can say all in all, they came out and represented. So I could say now fence slips for what I said earlier. Because what I was looking for, I actually got it.
You got it.
In the final end.
I was wondering.
Increased, the big pieces came out, the colors. It was just amazing.
I know you were very firm, and that's what I'll use. You were very firm very early on with what you saw, and you saw certain things, and you said that you didn't really feel it, but I'm sure now that train of thought has since changed after you've seen Mirage Productions in full colors and full bloom for 2022.
What I want to believe though is that the CDC, in looking at what happened here at this spot, would want to say, hey, we are not going to do Victoria Park again. We're going to find some way on the streets of Kingstown where the bands will be able to go across the stage multiple times.
Yes.
Multiple times, enjoy themselves.
I think this is the second time for Mirage.
Actually, I mean, look at the amount of times they actually came up on stage, had their fun, and went off within a few minutes, and it just kept going smooth.
Yes, certainly.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful show. For use of colors, I saw some amazing things. Traditionally, I saw some really awesome things, especially what they were able to use. Natural flowers, natural plants, water bottles, pieces of plastics, pieces of rubber. I mean, you weren't looking for that, but I saw actual stuff that you can just pick up off the streets and incorporate it into mass. And this is artistry, this is just creativity. Beautiful work.
And I see you're covered with glitter as well, which means that at some point some of that glitter rubbed off on you.
When the folks came off stage, I was standing there and many of my friends greeted me.
I see.
That's what happened.
Evidence. I left some evidence with you. Because he's filled with glitter right now, but all in the mass, right?
Yep.
All in the mass. and it's mass on the streets of Kingstown, Mardi Gras for 2022. And in a few hours from now, things will all come to an end later on tonight, but they still have some time to enjoy, Donnie. But in a few hours, that's all I would say. You'd hear the trucks come to a stop, the music will stop, and that will be the end of Vincymas 2022. But there's still time. The sun is still up. We're moving into the late afternoon, into closer to evening, and you'll have more and more those who got their rest this morning from yesterday's events coming out to see what's happening on the road today. And we've had more and more persons lining the streets in the last couple of hours to see what's on display here in Kingstown.
And in the final hours, when the masqueraders go and sit down and rest their feet, the revelers, the partiers, those who are waiting to jump behind the trucks, they will come out and end off Vincymas in a high note.
Indeed. And it's all coming to you here on VC3 Television, NBC Radio, and the platforms of the various entities, the Facebook pages of VC3, NBC, and the Agency for Public Information, channel 114 on your cable television systems. We're there as well. And on 107.5, 90.7, www.nbcsvg.com. We hope that you will stay with us. Thanks again to our sponsors, the Carnival Development Corporation and the National Lotteries, COSCAP, SVG Limited, and Flow on the vision end from VC3 Television. And we're grateful for the providers of our refreshments, KFC, COSCAP, SVG Limited, Subway, Eat Fresh, and St. Vincent Brewery Limited, all making sure that we are refreshed, energized, and able to give you end-to-end coverage here on the streets of Kingstown. So we're taking a bit of the truck music that is passing us by now. It's relatively loud, so we're taking a bit of that for a minute or two as we continue with coverage here on the various platforms. So what we'll do while we continue to wait for the next band to come closer to us, it appears to be Oxygen Mass Band that's coming down the queue there. We'll head back to the studio on the radio end for a word from our broadcast sponsors for this Mardi Gras 2022. All right, so until we get back the attention of our announcer on duty, we'll continue with our coverage here in front of the complex. Yeah, I just lost my bearing for a bit there.
And Calvin, I must say that the turnout has risen, because from when we came here and we started broadcasting, there was a trickle of personalities, a trickle of persons in Kingstown. But as time progressed, it amassed to what we used to remember from Vincymas, and it's been about 2 years and change since we had such a massive, since we had Carnival to begin with, COVID-19 restrictions and all. But we've got persons coming into Kingstown. We've got the mass bands developing a larger crew. We've got patrons on the side looking on and supporting their crew, and some people just enjoying themselves. We see all ages in Kingstown right at this moment. So as we wait for the next mass band to proceed down to across the stage, proceed.
Yes, the VC3 stage, that's what it's called, here in Kingstown in front of the financial complex. The truck is getting closer, and as the truck gets closer, you wouldn't be able to hear us as clear as before. But we're coming to you live from this location, and we want that you stay with us for the course of our broadcast. Keep sending us your locations on the live stream. We want to hear where you're viewing from. We want to find out where you're viewing from. I saw some flags earlier on from Canada. Canada is with us. Let's see who else is joining us on the live stream now. Let's take a look and see who is with us on our live stream. Yes, we have some folks from the USA. The USA is here with us as well. Not sure which part of the Bronx is here as well. Thanks very much for being with us on our live stream. Let us know where you're viewing from. We'd love to hear from you. We'd love to hear where you're viewing the live stream from. Comment on the various pages so we can. New York, someone says New York. Good to have you with us, New York. Glad that you stayed with the broadcast. See who else is there. New Jersey, Aruba is there as well. Good afternoon to you, Aruba. Let's see who else is there. More Grenada. Seem to have a lot of people from Grenada with us this afternoon.
And let's not forget Brian and Dominica. Brian is always locked
Brian and Dominica. Can't forget Brian and Dominica. Shani in England. Good to see you, Shani. Sonia in Anguilla. Ian is in Las Vegas. Yeah, we have Las Vegas on board with us.
And we've got New Jersey on board as well.
Crystal in Dominica. Crystal, hello to you. Good to have you on with us this afternoon. If you didn't, or you haven't had the chance to check out Vincymas, you're good to go for next year. 2022 promises to be bigger and better, COVID permitting. So be sure to book your tickets early and get here for Vincymas 2023. Brooklyn, New York is with us as well. Cora in Brooklyn, Rosemary in New Jersey. Byra is with us as well. Yes, Byra is right here in St. Vincent. Louisiana, USA. I see a lot of people from Byra.
No, if we're talking about right here in Vincy, we can't forget the good folks in OTR, always locked on to the sound of the nation and NBC Radio.
Beckway
is always locked on.
BVI.
Union Island, Myro. We got Camden Park. We got Triggeridge. We've got.
You can't stop. I think that's a bad idea, Cass.
We might as well just say St. Vincent and Grenadines.
If you start naming the places in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, you get in trouble. So we stick to those who are messaging us online. Atlanta, Georgia, Nova Scotia, Canada, they're there with us as well. Orlando, Florida is with us as well. All over the world we have viewers and listeners. As the truck gets closer, Cassius, soon we're not going to be able to hear each other.
No, which band is this? Do you remember?
This is Oxygen Mass Band. We don't have the description for Oxygen, but this is Oxygen Mass Band for 2022. And certainly a band that prioritizes enjoyment. And we've seen from their presentation, the first lap they made, that enjoyment was certainly a factor as the masqueraders cross the stage here in Kingstown. They're getting closer. The truck is just a few feet away, and pretty soon you'll not be able to hear us as the truck will take over.
And one thing we know about Oxygen, they're not afraid to use glitter. So as audible communication drops, we're going to enjoy the band at this moment, and we'll give you information as we can.
Oxygen master, what's your worst behavior? Oxygen master, what's your worst behavior? Masqueraders, we're
We're going up on the stage right now. Oh, okay. All masqueraders. Patience, and everyone inside go up. Driver need to ease forward. Listen, it's just party with party. You can jump in any section, jump with your friend there, we don't go to the section. We're going on this stage right now, and we're going to mash up, 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 and we're going to mash up. Mash up on! We see Rastaman around the house and a shout and talk empty. What a fire!
Well, the action is certainly in full gear, in full hype here at just outside of the financial complex, and there's a very large contingent here, a very large section I should say, and the entire stage is actually moving now. We just hope that we could limit the numbers here for a bit, so that we ensure that our equipment remains connected. That's the main worry right now. A very stable stage, that's for sure. But we want to make sure that our equipment remains connected during the course of this broadcast. Our electronics are functioning. But yes, that's where we're doing on stage. The VC3 stage here in Bay Street in Kingston. Certainly more masqueraders than what we saw earlier, that's for sure, Cassius. Our connection dropped for a bit there, but we're back.
And Calvin, I think our stage can handle the commotion that comes up on it at this point in time.
Everybody know Jesus Christ, you can be coming.
I think this is the energy that comes from missing Carnival and missing Vincymas and missing the Mardi Gras for 2 years and change, Calvin. 2 years and change. Yes, we have a little earthquake going on stage. Now this is a very big band, and this band is overzealous. This band is out to take every enjoyment it can get, Calvin. They're taking everything they can get.
Yes, that's for certain. And taking full advantage of a stage. It's the only stage in Kingstown today. There's no Victoria Park. So they're enjoying the stage here at Bay Street in Kingstown. We're just hoping that we can remain on, because of course our connections are wired onto the stage. But we continue to bring you coverage here on the various platforms of VC3 Television, National Broadcasting Corporation, and the Agency for Public Information, API. Now we have some of the masqueraders leaving the stage now. I see some familiar faces, and we just have to make sure that we put our equipment here.
Okay, so it seems at this point, Calvin, that the stage is a hazard with this crowd, with this energy. They're overzealous and they're taking everything they've got. They're taking everything they can get. And on top of that, even the crowd is building, Calvin. Even the crowd.
That's right, and as we have one of the largest of all the bands crossing the stage here at Bay Street, on Bay Street in Kingston, we just getting some assistance and making sure that everything is kept into check. Yeah.
All right, so Calvin, there's no calming this crew. There's no calming them. They're taking everything they can get. They're taking the stage, they're taking the excitement, they're taking the time, they're taking the space, they're just using everything at their disposal. What do we do?
Wow, what an experience that was, Cassius. I think I grabbed a couple of pieces of equipment in the process there.
We dropped a couple of pieces of equipment.
Well, those are minor compared to the one I caught. I'm sure the folks at BC3 will be grateful that we were able to catch that piece there, a very expensive piece of equipment. But we did try to limit the numbers coming up on the stage. But the masqueraders had fun, and they all came on at one time, and yes, we were able to survive the storm, Cassius, holding on to some of our stuff here to continue with our live.
I've never been in an earthquake, but if that's what an earthquake feels like,
well, it was a little mini earthquake on the stage for us here. That's a certain. I see. Donnie was on the ground observing the entire stage, lifting up and going back down on its base for most of the last few minutes, and we were taken in as the masqueraders were enjoying themselves, not cognizant of the fact that they were lifting the entire back of the stage up.
Like I said, they were just taking everything they can get. It wasn't about, oh, we're going to destroy some equipment.
No.
Oh, we're going to
they're having fun. Yes, and we have some live views now of the truck as it passes by, and of course the masqueraders, the patrons, those who are the onlookers, I should say, who are looking at what is happening on stage now. Yes, our visual is back with us, and we're back here on stage at Bay Street. Cassius, we've had quite an experience with the masqueraders in the last hour or so, back to back, and I see another one in the distance coming down. Another of the energy-filled one, so we have to brace for that one.
And one of the things you didn't realize, we got the musty green machine just past us. I don't think their participants came on stage.
Yes, I think that was supporting the folks in Oxygen. That was a support truck.
Support team.
Yes. They're one of the sponsors involved there. And their truck was pretty much there making sure that the masqueraders were cooled down, because there's a little cooling area with some AC that they can go in and just cool down if they're getting a bit overheat. But yes, it's mass, and that's what mass is like on the streets of Kingstown today. 2 years of not having Vincymas, which means that every opportunity to enjoy the moment, masqueraders will utilize it to the best of their ability.
And they took it out on this stage. So we got another band coming down, and it's across by Whitey Lima side, and that should be here in about, depending on the pace, I say about 5-10 minutes. All right, so remember, it's Mass Mardi Gras in Kingstown City, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, brought to you live on NBC Radio 107.5, 90.7 FM. Agency for Public Information and VC3 Television. Of course, you know, it's one team hashtag.
Yes, and Johnny just went to refresh himself a little bit there. So I think he was observing what was happening on stage, and from a distance as well. Johnny, I think you observed what transpired a while ago, and you were off stage. You were down at the vehicle, I believe.
Colvin, Cassius. I was taking a break. I was backstage. I had a water and I saw the stage like dancing. I said, wait, I want to know which section the stage is playing, because the station was just the stage was doing me the up and down, up and down. I said, I'm sorry for Cassius, I'm sorry for Colvin.
We were in a many people 0.9 Richter scale.
Yes, but it's all fun. It's all part of the mass, and it's mass on the streets of Kingstown. Another truck is coming down just a few feet, about 50 feet away from where we are standing.
I think it's a band that has passed before.
Yes,
it has.
I think all of them that are coming our way now has passed before, because we understand, we know that Oxygen passed before, Mirage passed before, but it seems every time they pass, they're getting bigger. I don't know if you observed
Exactly, that's what I was about to say. If you notice, as the time go by and they pass by again, there are more people, so it's a bigger band.
I guess a persons who probably went to park or playing the T-shirt band yesterday, went home, got some rest, overslept, and they joined the band later than regular. Because usually a band would come on the roads or streets about 8 o'clock. When I used to play mass, when I was young like you, Colvin and Cassius, mass used to reach the band room about 8 o'clock. But these days it's 10, 11, 30, we saw at 12 midday. Yes. So persons probably went home, slept, get some rest to come back on the streets of Kingstown.
I will reserve my comment for young like you, eh?
I would also reserve my, because I'm approaching that time, that age group. So yes, I'll reserve.
I didn't hear that.
That's more like Javid. I'll talk now about Javid. That's Javid age group, younger. But we see the other truck there. Is that, who's that, Johnny? You recognize the truck?
Trying to figure that.
I didn't see the masqueraders, but I picked up the music.
You picked up the music.
Yeah.
Okay.
Winston Soso.
You can't miss Winston Soso at all, Johnny G.
And of course, Ali Kodogan of Nelson Block promised me that she told the DJ that he would ask him to play some Winston Soso this month, July. The 18th would be 1 year since he died, and the 14th he would have been 70 on the 14th. Well, I would know this history.
Yes, you would know.
You say this is Nelson Block.
You can't not know that.
So she asked them to play some Winston Soso, and there we go.
So that's Nelson Block?
Nelson Block coming back the second time around.
Second time around.
But guess what? I want everybody outside right now, take your phone outside, put your hands up. Take your phone outside, put up your hand and just listen carefully. Yo, it's when them this start buzzing. Listen to your phone right now. So different thing. Master, oi, oi, oi. How you been? How you been? I'm telling you, come inside, girl. Listen to your phone. When them this start buzzing. It's a different thing. Master, oi, oi, oi. What do you mean? Answer it. Answer it. Answer it. Answer it. Yeah, for something up yourself. All the way from Kenya and watch ya. We get in a rage. Them people say we crazy, tired and no lazy. Some man a kick shady. Them fix him and drive me. Everything we bring down. Driver, hold right, we go take it. We go take it right. This is a rough fight we hear. Hey, big man, somebody saying stay here and you saying go. Which one? What on? Alright, okay. So we're gonna play, we're gonna tell me when to pull up. Well, go ahead.
So it's Mardi Gras on the streets of Kingstown. The masquerade is on stage now from Nelson Block. I believe it's Nelson Block. Yes, Nelson Block.
Let me go, let me go.
Back for a second time on the stage. taking their cues from the DJ and the truck that's just passing us by. And as we get closer and closer to sunset, 8 minutes now before 5 o'clock here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, as Vincymas 2022 just a few hours away from conclusion.
That was your turn. Please come off the stage. Make your exit off the stage right now. That was your turn. Big man, organize yourself. He just told me to take them off the stage.
All right, so while the sound system is fine-tuning some of the details of them crossing the stage here at the VC3 stage at Bay Street in Kingstown, we see another section, a section we've seen before, with Fire Empress leading the way. Certainly somebody you'd recognize. We've seen her before coming across the stage, and she's back for another round, enjoying herself once more on the VC3 stage. And all the other masqueraders are enjoying the use of this stage here as well. Some of them we've seen before, some of them we haven't. As mentioned, with every trip they make around the town, more masqueraders are appearing, some different masqueraders, and sometimes you see a few new faces as they cross for the second time. And this appears to be the final one for now. I'm not seeing any other truck.
Calvin, I have with me the lady who was winding down our stage, Fire Empress. Good afternoon to you, Fire. How are you doing?
Good afternoon.
Tell me why you're winding on the stage. That stage catered for 6 masqueraders. I saw about 20 from your section.
That's because that is, when you see players come out, it's a whole scene. And that's the stage, that's what we come for on Carnival Tuesday. That's what it is.
It's a couple of hours before Carnival finish.
Don't worry, we have energy.
Yeah, energy?
Yes.
And you had energy all through the 10 days?
All through the season.
Tell me about Soca Monarch night.
Soca Monarch is Soca Monarch. It is what it is. Through my years of performing, I have never gone on stage after 4 in the morning. So it was a difference, but it was good. I can't complain. Competition is competition. And at the same time, let me say congratulations to Fireman.
I don't want to take away from your wind-up time, but what to expect from Fire for 2023?
More music, good vibes. That's what it is. So I want you to enjoy the rest of the carnival. I can get wine on you.
Of course, man.
When we wine, put on the mic, put on the mic.
I'm taking it off.
Alright, so Calvin, while Johnny is enjoying the wine from Fire Empress. The song making the rounds, that is the call.
That's Fire Empress there for you.
Well, that was brief, Johnny.
Yes. I got everything.
Yes, and the music is still a bit loud, just the truck is passing by us, so it's still a bit loud, so we're just going to wait for it to move down a bit so that you can hear us clearer. In between the masqueraders now, Cassius, you're noticing those who are coming to look at the mass mixing and intermingling. They're not being judged, so there's a bit of a mix in the band now.
Some of them are performing as though they're being judged.
I think they're just having fun. I think
it has to do with the fact that they're crossing the stage. They're like, you know what? I'm going across the stage. Let me function like if I'm
Calvin, I have with me Hans John, who was defending his Monarch on
Mr. All I
Soca
Need.
Monarch night. He's also with the band that crossing the street at this time. Good afternoon to you, Hans. How are you doing? You're live on NBC Radio and VC3.
A pleasant evening to St. Vincent and the Grenadines, NBC Radio. This is Carnival, the hottest carnival in the world.
Tell me about Soca Monarch 2022, sorry.
It was a great one, a very great one for Hans John and the fans of soca music. We came second, coming off of defending our title, which is very good still, you know. And for the Power Soca, we delivered a great performance, a stellar performance that leave many patrons wondering as to why. But I will not get into that.
Yes. So, what did they tell me about the section you're playing in today? The section.
It's Trouble, Shellings, Fiery, SVG Players, the number one band in the world. Number one band in the world.
Final question. I don't want to take away from your whining time, but what to expect from Hans for 2023?
Nothing about the best. But I want to wish everyone happy Carnival. Have a safe one. All the best. This is the last lap. Big up to all the fans. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, thank you for the love and support.
VC3 and NBC Radio.
Big up to NBC Radio. Listen, let me jump up.
Thank you so much. All right, that's Hans there. Very exciting. Of course, he was the defending Monarch in the Raga Soca category on Saturday night. He placed the second. He lost the crown, but we expect plenty and more from Hans in 2023.
Shellings.
That's right, and we're live, and the truck is moving, so finally we'll be able to hear ourselves a bit better. And a bit of a break in the masqueraders moving down the streets, down Bay Street in Kingston. In a short while from now, we'll lose the music of the truck as it gets further and further away. The masqueraders are all mixed in between now, some a bit from here, a bit from there, mixed in between. Let's see, we have some viewers in Rockies. Rockies is with us. Miranda from Brooklyn. Someone said they want to see Johnny again. I've heard at least two comments asking for Johnny. One on the live stream and one via private message.
To do what?
Asking to see you dance, you know.
I'm not a dancer.
Oh, I see. He's chipping.
I saw the cameraman came.
Yes, the cameraman just moved straight across to Johnny there because he was being requested. They wanted to see him, so now you're seeing Johnny. In a short while, we wrap things up here from the streets of Kingstown, and we just want to, in advance, say a very special thanks to the team at VC3 Television. So Johnny, maybe you can say a few words before we get ready to wrap things up, and we'll get ready to cross back to the various platforms in a bit from now.
It has been a great day for Mass and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Of course, we didn't see the extent of the mass bands due to a late decision that St. Vincent and the Grenadines will be having Carnival, and of course with eruptions and all that, a lot of bands weren't prepared, but nonetheless we got about 12 or so bands crossing our mini stage outside of the financial complex, and I know persons who came out today got their eyes full, so to speak, and it augurs well for what we've seen today. Augurs well for Mass and Vincymas.
Johnny, before we end
2023 and beyond.
Before we end this, we have
Mr. Etienne.
I think we should say a late addition.
Yes.
To the entire show, to the Vincymas show, to the Soca show. Mr. Wetty. I could call it Wetty.
Yeah, man, anything is anything.
All right, so we got Vincymas 2022. You've been making music even though we had a hiatus of 2 years. Tell us your thoughts.
Yeah, man, right now, Vincymas is a kind of thing. It's lit right now. You understand? Over the past 2 years, we're in at Vincymas, so, now is the time to, harness that energy we need. You know what I mean? So we out on the road now. We're just trying to enjoy ourselves. We're trying to do everything as best as possible. You know what I mean? Try to do get nothing when nobody don't take it. You know what I mean? We're just trying to enjoy ourselves, keep a positive energy and go.
We know you're based overseas. How often you come home?
Boy, I ain't gonna lie. It's like it's been a minute now. And as I'm home now, I feel real good. I feel at home again, so I feel good. You know what I mean?
And your thoughts on CDC or Vincymas adapting your song for Vincymas 2022? Basically the theme of Vincymas 2022. Your thoughts, the feelings?
Tango nice again.
Yeah, well, I feel it's about time. Not joking. Now, hear the thing now. So, they approached me to do the thing, you know what I mean? Asked me about the song and everything, and I was just like, yo, just run with it, just do thing, you know what I mean?
Right.
Let we don't waste time. Let we just get it. Let we go. You know what I mean? It's a good vibe, good feeling.
Wetty,
I endorse it 100.
I like to put people on the spot.
Yeah, well, put me on the spot. Let me say, they right here already.
Things go nice again. Things go nice. Let me go.
When I'm with my friend, we go party and never stop till we end up all in a drain. It could be the same, it could be the same. So don't you complain. You go have plenty woman and soca when party wash up again. You know, you go.
Right. So tell me why you
NBC,
NBC. Yeah. Tell me why you didn't submit this. You have a lot of songs. Tell me why you didn't submit for the soca raga for this year.
Well, the thing is, I didn't really come home with any intention to enter any competition.
Okay.
You understand? I really came to just enjoy the vibe, enjoy the season, and that is it.
And what to expect from Wetty Beats for 2023? I know you're always producing music.
Well, I already have a whole catalog of music to release. Every month I have a song
the
that
word
drops.
you use?
So.
Cassius, a catalog.
Yeah, true. I already have a catalog.
I could vouch him on that,
Yeah, of course. My computer pack up her things already. You just have to wait until I release.
As we wrap up, persons you might want to say hi to and thank for being behind Wetty Beats all these years and production, producing, writing, all that.
Well, first and foremost, I want to big up the team. Big up Kurt Noel, management. Big up Sadia. Big up my girl Rita. Yeah, man, my brothers, the family circle that are always behind me, pushing me 100%. Big them up, and also big up the fans. If it's not for the fans, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be Wetty Beats. I wouldn't do this thing. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, big up Vincymas as well. You know, I go.
A couple hours before Vincymas is done, let's say, quote unquote, done. What to tell the persons out there listening to NBC Radio, viewing on VC3?
Well, I'm very sorry because you're not here, so that's your business. You miss it and you should be here. Yeah, you have to blame yourself because if you wasn't here, that you should have been here.
Wetty, all the best.
You don't know
Thanks for the great music.
Lit. Yeah, man. Blessings.
All right. That's Wetty Beats, our very own, based overseas. Of course, he performed at Soca Monarch as a guest artist, and also I think was on a Calypso finals night
yes.
as well.
Johnny, Cassius, I think.
He flies the flag everywhere.
Everywhere, correct. But guys, it's come to a point where we've seen the mass coming round. We've had 2 opportunities to see most, if not all of them. And we're getting ready to wrap things up here.
Are ready?
Yeah, of course. Just for what we're doing here, of course, the action still continues on the streets. Some of the guys may want to go and enjoy a bit of what's happening as well.
I didn't get much of that.
Well, you'll get some of that after, but remember you're working 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. But Donnie is somewhere. I think he disappeared for a bit there. But I just want to get you guys your final thoughts as we get ready to wrap up, starting with you, Cassius.
Well, I gave mine already.
You gave mine.
Yes.
Well, the thing is, right, is that usually I'm a backstage kind of guy when it comes to Vincymas. And this year, even though I was still technically backstage, it was interesting for 2 years and change. We didn't have anything. We didn't think we were going to have a Vincymas. But then here we are, Vincymas. For some people, it was last minute. For some people, we knew it was going to happen. But hey, here we did. We did it. We got our best forward. We did the best we can. And Colvin, I'm losing my voice.
I gave my thoughts before, but I want to say, despite the fact that we weren't sure if we were having Carnival 2023, 2022. I still enjoyed. I'm glad to see persons came out. I was surprised at the Calypso finals. A big crowd at Carnival City Victoria for the Calypso finals. And I want to just say, hopefully 2023, when we are sure that we'll be having Carnival, because the dates are out already from the CDC, that everything will go A-OK. And on behalf of me, you will say on behalf of NBC and NBC.
We'll do the wrapping in a while.
Thank you so much.
So many names. Donnie, your final thoughts on what you've seen on the streets of Kingstown today?
Good enough. A few bands impressed me. A few bands delivered exactly what I thought they would, knowing what they would do over the years. I don't want to call names because people will think I'm singling them out, but there are those who live up to their name. They delivered what I thought they would. There are some though who I know should have done better, but the constraints, knowing that at the drop of a hat, they were told that this thing is back on. Now, I wouldn't give them too much licks, but I still would say, if you're really serious into your thing, you should have had thing already. I mean, there are some mass bands who have 3 different themes to choose from, and they have 3 different productions, and just waiting to see which one they would actually choose to go forward with. So I'm sure that many mass bands should have done better today. Really should have done better if you are really serious about your craft. Those who were, we saw the difference. So even though it was a few months before they were told, yes, we have Carnival, they were still able to put forward really quality work, because it shows that they always have quality work being produced in production, in different stages of production, and it showed. It showed those who rushed it because they hear, well, we have in Carnival, and we want a little piece of changes, so they rush together and do a thing. I mean, whether or not, pandemic or not, that would happen. Every Carnival will have those who rush together, put together a band 2 months before Carnival so that CDC could get them a small change. We saw that again today, and it is to be expected. All in all though, our creativity is still alive. I was happy to hear some mass men say that even today, folks were turning up wanting to play mass. I guess they didn't hear the memo. They didn't really get the assignment correctly from the beginning, so they got it wrong. Yes, Vincymas is still alive. Creativity is still alive. Calypso is still being done at a high level. You can't talk about the soca, but mass, impressive. Really, really impressive. Really, really impressive.
All right, Sinead joined us for a bit during the broadcast, and also doubling up on the VC3 television end as well. Sinead, your thoughts?
Well, all in all, I think today was good, given the circumstances of what we've been going through. My view is different from Donnie's, though, because I do think that we've been in a pandemic for 2 years, and mass men always complain about financing, and given that we've had the pandemic going on and the volcanic eruptions, we can't expect them to do quality productions. And then Carnival was also announced late, so we have to cut them some slack. Let's cut them some slack. They still tried, they came out, they put on a show. They didn't have that much masqueraders as well. The numbers were really, really, really small this year, so I'm going to cut them some slack and say they did the best that they could given the circumstances.
All right, so what I'll do, I'll let you and Donnie have an off-air discussion with that, because I'm sure that's going to go into tomorrow morning, and our team has been quite at it for some time during the course of the day today. But thanks, Sinead, for your input this afternoon. Well, it's quite a long list, but we want to first of all say thanks to all of the teams that worked along the way. And as we get ready to wrap up, starting with the night of the Calypso semi-finals, Johnny P. Straker was a producer there. Thanks very much. And the team there, Joel Providence, Andrew James, and Franklin Edwards. For Junior Carnival, myself, we had Sinead was there as well, providing support. And Johnny, even though we didn't hear Johnny, but Johnny was there providing support on the roads. Technically, we weren't able to get him in, but we appreciate your input there, Johnny. For the Junior Calypso Soca Monarch, Donnie Collins, Lester Iroha, and Johnny took care of that portion. And Soca Monarch, a very long night, and very ably taken care of by Johnny and Lennox Bowman, Scorpion, and the Power Soca segment was covered by Randy Luther McIntosh, who did the produce the production work for that segment, with the commentary coming from Gamal, Skinny Fabulous Doyle, and Lennox Bowman. Pankai Mass, that was 2 nights ago. Johnny, Joel Providence, Andrew James, and Franklin Edwards stopped by for that one. It also had some input there from Lennox Bowman. And of course, today we had a very packed team today, wrapping up with myself, Donnie Collins, Cassius Cruikshank, Johnny Straker on the commentary end. And on the technical end, must say thanks to the Javid Roberts and Daniel Sprott on NBC's end. And I would be in trouble if I don't mention the folks on VC3's end, because of course there's a very large contingent from VC3. Sinead Hackshaw, of course, we mentioned her, part of the team today. Rohan, Zorro, Bennett, Morgan, he has so many names, he's somewhere in the back, working in the VC3 mobile production vehicle. Alonzo Beck, Steven, I saw him behind at work as well. Lendell Tim, who's operating the camera that you're looking at right now. Kalian Marshall, Endless, I saw Endless, I believe he was somewhere about earlier on. And we can't forget Anthony Denny, who's provided support in terms of from the administrative end, being in charge of VC3 television. And of course our general manager, Ms. Dion John, for providing the support to the team over the last few broadcasts. Today we had some assistance in terms of hospitality and security by our security officer Alston D'Souza, and he's made sure that we were well hydrated with our drinks and made sure that we had our lunch and all of that. Thanks very much, Alston D'Souza, for facilitating that for us. Our sponsors, we can't forget them. On VC3's end, Flo was there all along to make sure that all of the events, they were covered on television, they were covered on social media, and our page, on VC3's page, and on pay-per-view, because we can't forget the pay-per-view audience. Thanks very much to Flo there. On our end, we had Going Places Travel, National Properties Limited. We also had with us Cost Cab, SVG Limited, Carnival Development Corporation, the National Lotteries Authority, and the refreshments during the course of our event, Subway, St. Vincent Brewery Limited, Cost Cab, SVG Limited, and KFC.
For Juve Morning VJs.
Yes, and even though we didn't bring a VJs segment during Juve Morning, we didn't have a judge segment for Juve Morning, so there was no broadcast there. But we're very grateful for VJs coming on board for supplying with the breakfast, because the team that came from the park after 4 in the morning was able to get that breakfast, and we thank very much VJs for being a part of our production this year. It's been quite a journey. All of those who worked at Master over the past couple of days, both on the VC3 end and on the NBC end, we say thank you to you as well. Those on API, we can't forget the cameramen from API. I don't have the list of the names, but we're grateful that you can jump in and lend some support to the entire team, the VC3, NBC, API family, in making sure that we have everything covered from end to end. So, as we say so long for Vincymas 2022, and we wrap up from the streets of Kingstown, we allow those who are on the team who want to enjoy a bit of what's happening on the road, and of course you, the viewers and the listeners, to come into Kingstown, enjoy the last few hours of Vincymas 2022. We say thank you to you as well. On behalf of all of us, the VC3 team, the NBC team, the API team, thank you very much as we take you back to your respective studios.
Press.
Genie, I don't want to get like a nah, never. I want them harder, 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 harder. Yeah, walk up, walk up, walk up. You like shit, brother, say. Hey, hey, Ben, 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 Ben. Hey, I say man when I wine pan, girl, you know I damage waistline. Must when I drink, and you know me back prime. Sweat man sweating, but back can't roll me. But me hands rock she like a coconut tree. This girl come to me, then she bend over. She friend look and see, and she run over. Think they could damage me, I could have already 2 machines. But if you and your friend think I soft, take me stop, take me stop, take me stop, take me stop. You feel like soft? Take me stop, take me stop, take me stop, take me stop. Shut up fish bra. Take me stop. Girl, walk up on the staff. Walk up on the staff. Wind up on the staff. Wind up on the staff. Bend over for the staff. Walk up on the staff. Hey, take me staff. Girl, take me staff. Remember
battle, you know.